If you enjoy stepping into the past, remember to like and subscribe. Now, tell me who should travel next and in what year. Right now, you are standing on a frigid Chicago street corner in 1933. The air is thick with the acrid bite of coal smoke and exhaust from a passing bus. A smell far harsher than anything you remember. Somewhere nearby, a tinny trumpet wails a melancholy jazz tune, swallowed almost immediately by the clatter of a passing elevated train. You're 30 years old, your modern clothes feeling strangely thin and out of place against the raw December chill. Around you, faces are gaunt, eyes hollow, reflecting a weariness that seeps into the very brickwork of the buildings. You clutch the worn fabric of your thin jacket, your mind racing, trying to make sense of the sudden, brutal shift. Just moments ago, you were staring at a laptop screen, optimizing ad campaigns for a niche e-commerce site. Now your phone is gone, your digital tools utterly vanished. You pat your pockets, a frantic, unconscious gesture. The smooth glass and reassuring weight of your smartphone, your portable office, is nowhere. Instead, your fingers brush against a few unfamiliar coins and a folded, stiff paper, nothing more. The sheer scale of this economic collapse, something you'd only read about in history books, slams into you. The empty storefronts, the lines of men waiting for soup, the quiet desperation etched on every face. Your modern understanding of logistics, of market segmentation, of direct-to-consumer sales, feels absurdly out of place here. How do you even begin to build a brand, acquire customers, or manage inventory when the basic infrastructure you depend on simply does not exist? You walk, compelled by an instinct to move, to observe. Your eyes scan the streets, looking for any familiar sign, any flicker of the 21st century. But there is only the past. You pass a newsstand, the headlines screaming of unemployment figures and bank failures. It hits you then, the internet, the lifeblood of your profession, is not just unavailable, it's an inconceivable fantasy. How do you asterisk show a product without a digital image, without a website? The idea of a camera, a crucial tool for any online seller, echoes in its profound absence. There are cameras, yes, but not the instant, high-quality, shareable devices you know. Creating a mail-order catalog would be an immense, costly undertaking, requiring professional photography and printing. A luxury far out of reach for a man with empty pockets and no reputation. Your entrepreneurial brain, accustomed to rapid iteration and global reach, feels trapped within the suffocating confines of 1930s Chicago. You consider the Postal Service. It exists. It's reliable, a potential channel, but without the internet, without easy payment processing, without a universal tracking system, the E in e-commerce becomes just commerce, stripped bare. The sheer inefficiency of it all, compared to the streamlined processes you mastered, is a physical ache. You see a man trying to sell apples from a rickety cart, his face grim. Your modern mind would analyze his profit margins, suggest a better marketing angle, perhaps a subscription service for local produce. But here, those thoughts are luxuries, irrelevant against the immediate need for a single, warm meal. The cold bites deeper as dusk settles, painting the sky in industrial grays and oranges. The smell of burning leaves mixes with the lingering diesel fumes, a strange, nostalgic scent that only heightens your disorientation. You watch a group of men huddle around a small fire in a vacant lot, their faces illuminated by the flickering flames. They are talking, their voices low and grim. You understand their plight better than they could possibly know, armed with historical foresight that does nothing to alleviate your current, terrifying helplessness. The future, you know, feels utterly unreachable, a dream you can't wake from. The numbers of damp wool and wood smoke. Sunlight, when it breaks through the low, heavy clouds, shifts dramatically, painting the grimy brickwork in stark contrasts, then vanishing again. This changing light, so challenging for any camera lens, is a constant, subtle frustration. Your modern eye, trained by years of curating product images for optimal online presentation, continually registers the visual chaos of this era. Every street corner is a tableau of textures and shadows, but without the clean lines, the crisp focus, the perfect lighting setups you'd meticulously crafted for digital storefronts. You see people hawking goods from makeshift stalls, a pile of mismatched buttons, a basket of wilting vegetables, old tools laid out on a blanket. Your brain automatically tries to frame these scenes, to imagine the product shot, the angle that would make it appealing. But the mental exercise is futile. There's no instant digital feedback, no pixel-perfect zoom, no post-production editing. The faces you encounter are a bewildering mix. Some are drawn, haggard, marked by hunger and hardship, while others, perhaps shopkeepers or those slightly better off, hold a cautious, almost suspicious glint in their eyes. You find yourself studying them, not for emotional connection, but for what they represent in a market. Who are the buyers? What do they value? This analytical lens, so natural in your old profession, feels detached, almost predatory in this context of human suffering. You realize the profound disconnect between the image-driven world you left and this stark, analog reality. Back then, a single, compelling photograph could sell 1,000 units. Here, the selling is done with hands, with voices, with the direct physical presence of an item. To launch a mail-order business, you'd need illustrations or expensive, labor-intensive photographs developed in a darkroom, printed on paper. The sheer effort involved in generating even a single visual advertisement feels monumental. You walk past a photographer's studio, its window displaying faded portraits of stiff-looking families. The idea of commissioning such work for a simple product feels not just expensive, but almost ludicrous given the prevalent poverty. The cost of just one image would likely outweigh the potential profit of dozens of sales. Your e-commerce instincts scream for data, for analytics, for conversion rates. But there's only observation, intuition, and the overwhelming weight of personal interaction. You watch a woman carefully inspect a used dress, turning it over in her hands, feeling the fabric. There's no product description to read, no customer reviews. It's all about touch, direct inspection, and trust. Your brain, usually buzzing with algorithms and SEO, struggles to process this fundamental shift in consumer behavior. The absence of immediate, shareable visual proof, the backbone of online selling, leaves you feeling profoundly disoriented, like a painter without color, trying to describe a vibrant world in shades of gray. The week passes in a blur of walking, watching, and a gnawing sense of strategic helplessness. You try to mentally catalog what people are buying, what they lack, what could be sourced and sold, but without the ability to present these goods visually, cleanly, and at scale. Every idea feels like it hits a brick wall. The concept of branding through consistent imagery, so fundamental to your past, seems a distant, unachievable dream. Tonight, the silence of your makeshift lodging is punctuated only by the distant wail of a factory whistle. You realize the true cost of adaptation isn't just learning new rules, but unlearning the very frameworks of perception that once defined your success. Automatically composing shots, framing vignettes in your mind. You see a fruit vendor, his hands calloused and quick, expertly stacking oranges into a pyramid. In your old life, this would be a perfect short video for social media. A day in the life segment, showcasing authenticity, perhaps linking to a local farm, or the detailed texture of a handmade scarf draped over a merchant's arm, ideal for a high-resolution product image, ready for a carousel ad. You can almost hear the soft click of a camera shutter in your memory, a phantom sensation. This mental habit, the urge to capture, to document, to asterisk frame for an audience that doesn't exist here, feels like a constant ache. You see a child, bundled in threadbare clothes, clutching a worn wooden toy. Your heart aches with the thought that this fleeting moment, so poignant, so real, can't be instantly shared, amplified, or used to connect. Your e-commerce brain, so accustomed to the instantaneous transmission of visual information, struggles with this fundamental limitation. How do you convey the quality of a product, the story behind it, or its unique selling proposition without the immediate power of an image. Descriptions in a print catalog, you realize, would need to be incredibly vivid, almost poetic, to compensate for the missing visual. You observe the city's sounds, the shouts of newsboys, the distant rumble of factory machinery, the muffled strains of a radio playing a jaunty tune from a window above. Each sound in your modern context could be part of a carefully curated brand experience, a video's background track, an atmospheric element. Here, they are just noise, part of the unfiltered, unedited cacophony of life. The concept of creating content is fundamentally broken for you. Every potential story or product highlight remains uncaptured, confined to your own internal monologue. This week, you find yourself paying closer attention to printed materials. You pick up a discarded newspaper, the ink smudging your fingers. You look at the grainy photographs, the blocky advertisements for patent medicines, furniture, and local services. This is the visual language of the time, stark and unembellished. Your modern eye cringes at the poor resolution, the lack of aesthetic appeal. Yet, this is the canvas. How do you adapt your digital-first marketing strategies to this analog, costly, and visually limited medium? The sheer expense of placing a single ad in a local paper, let alone designing a nationwide mail-order catalog, feels like an insurmountable barrier. Your strategies for viral marketing, for organic reach through compelling visuals, are utterly useless. As the week draws to a close, you find yourself walking along the river, the sharp smell of the cold water filling your lungs. The city lights glimmer across the dark surface, beautiful yet untamed. You understand now that the very act of capturing and sharing images, something you took for granted, was not merely a tool, but a fundamental way of experiencing and understanding the world. Without it, the world around you, with all its raw beauty and brutal hardship, remains stubbornly uncaptured. A vast, unedited stream of experience that your modern mind feels ill-equipped to process and leverage. The silence where your camera should be, the absence of an instant digital record, is the heaviest burden of all. This isn't a fleeting discomfort. It's a deep-seated reality that reorients your entire perception of the world. Your e-commerce brain, once focused on optimizing conversion rates for luxury goods, now runs a continuous, frantic calculation of calories versus cost. You find yourself scanning streets not for potential product ideas, but for discarded scraps, for opportunities. A half-eaten apple core on the pavement triggers a primal urge, swiftly overridden by a pang of disgust and a desperate internal debate about hygiene versus survival. This meticulous assessment of risk and reward, once applied to online purchases, has devolved to the most basic human need. You spend hours observing the rhythms of the soup kitchens, your modern mind, accustomed to sophisticated logistics and inventory management systems, involuntarily attempts to map their operations. You see the long lines of men and women, their faces etched with the same hunger you feel. This is a supply chain of desperation, distributing minimal sustenance. You notice the consistency of the soup, the rough bread, the weary efficiency of the volunteers. There's no marketing here, no brand loyalty, just raw demand meeting limited supply. The customer acquisition is merely showing up. The product is basic survival. The concept of a lean startup, a term from your former life, takes on a brutal new meaning. Every cent must be stretched, every resource conserved. The idea of investing in inventory, advertising, or even a basic business license feels like a grotesque joke when a single bowl of watery stew is a critical asset. You see men attempting to sell pencils or newspapers, their desperation palpable. Your sales strategies, built on persuasion and perceived value, crumble when faced with such profound lack. The value proposition here isn't about convenience or quality. It's about existence itself. You manage to secure a few hours of odd labor, scrubbing floors in a local establishment. The chemical smell of lye burning your nostrils. The small sum you earn goes immediately to food, a cheap, gritty loaf of day-old bread, a meager portion of boiled potatoes. The taste is bland, almost medicinal, yet your body registers it as the most precious commodity. The idea of customer satisfaction feels like a cruel irony. Here, merely providing a basic necessity elicits a silent, profound gratitude, a kind of unspoken contract you'd never encountered in the sterile world of online reviews and 5-star ratings. As the week ends, you feel the persistent rumble in your stomach less as a shock and more as a constant companion. The glamour of commerce, the thrill of the deal, the abstract satisfaction of a successful campaign, all feel distant, almost frivolous. The world, once viewed through the lens of profit and growth, has sharpened into an urgent, immediate focus on mere sustenance. You understand, with a clarity that borders on terror, that your elaborate skills are useless unless you first conquer the most fundamental problem of all, the relentless, gnawing emptiness within. The fleeting moment, it tugs at something deep within you, an almost forgotten memory of warmth and holidays, but it's quickly followed by the sharp, metallic odor of horse manure, grounding you abruptly back in 1934 Chicago. You walk past a tenement building, and through a dimly lit window, you catch a glimpse of a family huddled around a crackling radio. Its faint, reedy music, a thin thread of cheer in the gloom. That scene, so simple, so seemingly comforting, feels utterly alien to your modern sensibilities. You remember your own home, the glowing screens, the endless streaming options, the instant communication, their shared experience, centered around a single broadcast, is a profound contrast to your individualized, on-demand digital life. Your e-commerce mind, accustomed to segmenting audiences and personalizing content, can't quite grasp this collective consumption of media. There's no data to track, no engagement metrics, just the quiet absorption of shared sound. You notice how people find small comforts, the careful mending of clothes, the resourceful reuse of scraps, the patience in waiting for a cheap meal. These aren't products to be bought and sold, but acts of endurance woven into the fabric of daily life. Your brain, trained to identify unmet needs and offer solutions through goods, finds itself struggling to adapt. The primary needs here are not for convenience or novelty, but for survival and the preservation of what little one has. How do you market efficiency to someone who has nothing but time? How do you sell a solution when the problem is systemic poverty? You see a woman carefully polishing a few worn silver trinkets on her windowsill, perhaps items she might one day pawn, or simply inherited treasures. Your modern thought process immediately considers their potential as vintage items for an online marketplace, complete with SEO keywords and aesthetic product photography. But then you remember the immense practicalities: acquiring inventory, authenticating items, building trust without online reviews, and the simple fact that selling such sentimental items usually means deep desperation, not a casual transaction. The very idea of monetizing such delicate, personal comforts feels crude, even exploitative, in this raw context. The longing for home isn't just about hot showers or fast food anymore. It's about the ease of connection, the immediate access to information, the seamless flow of goods and services that defined your entire professional existence. The subtle comforts you once took for granted: a well-lit street, a quiet coffee shop with Wi-Fi, the ability to disappear into a digital world, are now profound, unattainable luxuries. The simplicity of this era, while sometimes offering a stark beauty, also feels relentlessly isolating. As the week progresses, the initial shock of being here begins to settle into a deeper, more profound understanding. The idea of going home feels less like an imminent possibility and more like a receding memory. The laughter of children playing with homemade toys in a vacant lot, the taste of a surprisingly rich coffee from a street vendor, the rough warmth of a borrowed blanket. These are the new, alien comforts. They are real, tangible, but they are not yours. You understand that the unreturnable moment isn't just about a specific timeline. It's about the irreversible shift within yourself, the growing chasm between who you were and who you are being forced to become, irrevocably tethered to this harsh, beautiful past. The pervasive scent of boiled cabbage and old wood saturates the air this 6th week, clinging to your clothes and hair from the bustling, cramped boarding house you now inhabit. Every floorboard creaks a different tune underfoot, a constant, low symphony of a building straining against time and gravity. You find yourself washing dishes, your hands raw in the lukewarm water, the heavy ceramic plates feeling like tangible triumphs after weeks of uncertainty. This is the new rhythm of your days. Your modern brain, once so adept at identifying market gaps for digital products, has pivoted to a more immediate, visceral form of market analysis. What do you have, and what do others truly need? You quickly learned that offering abstract marketing advice to a struggling shopkeeper was met with blank stares. What asterisk was valued was tangible labor, a pair of strong hands, or a clear head for simple numbers. Your skills in organization and rudimentary record keeping, once applied to vast databases, are now bartered for a cot and meager meals. You offered the boarding house owner, a weary woman named Mrs. O'Malley, to help her organize her sparse pantry and meticulously tally her boarders' payments and debts, a task she found tedious and confusing. Your spreadsheet-trained mind found a strange, grim satisfaction in this analog accounting. The concept of being seen has transformed entirely. It's no longer about optimizing search engine rankings or crafting viral social media posts. Here, visibility means being physically present, reliable, and useful. You observe the way men gather at specific corners, not for protest, but for the chance of a day labor offer. Your reputation, or lack thereof, isn't built on online reviews, but on a nod from Mrs. O'Malley, a grunt of approval from a fellow boarder, or the consistent appearance for tasks. Your brand is your perceived trustworthiness and diligence, earned one day at a time, scrubbing floors or hauling coal. You begin to understand the complex, informal economy of the neighborhood. People trade favors, repair skills for food, information for shelter. It's a vast, intricate web of mutual dependence, entirely outside the structured financial systems you once knew. You see a man fixing shoes on the street, taking payment in old clothes, or even a portion of food. Your e-commerce instinct to standardize pricing and streamline transactions feels alien to this fluid, human-centric exchange. There's no fixed value, only negotiable utility. This communal hustle, so different from the cutthroat competition of online marketplaces, feels both more precarious and paradoxically more human. This week, you hear whispers about the growing number of people living in Hoovervilles along the Chicago River, shanty towns born of desperation. The contrast between your meager but stable lodging and their harsh reality sharpens your focus. Your current bartering efforts, while far from your e-commerce ambitions, keep you from that fate. Your ability to quickly assess needs and offer a tangible, immediate solution, even if it's just washing linens with methodical efficiency, is your new, fragile currency. As Sunday brings a momentary quiet to the bustling city, you find yourself staring at your calloused hands, the skin rough and chapped from the lye and cold water. These aren't the hands that typed endlessly on a keyboard, navigating digital interfaces. These hands have earned your survival in a world that doesn't care for algorithms or analytics. You realize that your past life's metrics of success, of reach and engagement, have been replaced by the simpler, profound measure of having a roof over your head and a meal in your stomach, earned through the sweat and tangible utility of your own two hands. The hustle isn't digital here. It's deeply, physically real. The forgotten in your digital past has become a new, constant companion. You sit hunched over a salvaged piece of butcher paper, the thin, cheap lead of the pencil leaving a surprisingly rich, dark line as you trace forgotten letters. This tactile process, so deliberate and slow, is a world away from the rapid fire typing on a backlit screen. Your e-commerce brain, once fluent in the language of visuals, the perfect hero shot, the compelling lifestyle image, the engaging video clip, is now forced to translate everything into words. You study the meager advertisements in the local papers. Simple block letters, bold pronouncements, often just a price and a location. There are no aspirational photographs, no carefully curated color palettes. The product description is a terse promise. Yet, you notice how certain phrases, simple as they are, manage to catch your eye, to convey a hint of quality or necessity. This is brand storytelling without the images, pure and unadulterated. You find yourself observing people in a new light, not just as potential customers or market segments, but as subjects for narrative. The weathered face of a street vendor, the quiet dignity of a woman mending clothes, the hopeful glint in a child's eyes as they clutch a dime. These were once moments you'd instinctively capture with your phone, ready for an Instagram story or a blog post. Now you try to capture their souls through story, weaving their essence into mental paragraphs, imagining how you would describe them, their struggles, their small triumphs. If you were writing copy for a new kind of human-centric catalog, the absence of your camera, once a constant source of frustration, now feels like a challenge, pushing you to refine an older, perhaps deeper, skill. How do you make someone see a product, feel its texture, understand its utility with only words? Your modern marketing, training in persuasive writing, once a secondary skill to visual appeal, suddenly takes center stage. You experiment in your mind, crafting descriptions for mundane items: a sturdy pair of work boots, a warm wool blanket, trying to evoke comfort, durability, and a solution to immediate needs, all without a single image to guide the reader. This week, you spend hours in the local public library. Its grand, quiet spaces, a stark contrast to the noisy streets. You pore over old magazines and newspapers, studying the masters of descriptive advertising from a bygone era. Their language, often florid and elaborate, aims to paint vivid pictures in the reader's mind, a skill largely lost in the age of instant visual gratification. You see how they appeal to fundamental human desires: security, comfort, hope. Your e-commerce knowledge of consumer psychology finds an unexpected parallel here. But the delivery mechanism is fundamentally different. As the week concludes, the insistent hum of the city fades into the deeper quiet of your rented room. You look at the scribbled notes, the hastily crafted sentences on the butcher paper. The transition from lens to pen feels less like a loss and more like a recalibration. You understand that while a photograph captures a moment, a well-told story, meticulously crafted with words, can capture a soul, transcending time and circumstance. The challenge isn't just to write, but to write brilliantly asterisk, to create images in the minds of others that are as powerful as any photograph, knowing that in this world, words alone carry the entire weight of perception and persuasion. The acrid, comforting smell of cheap tobacco and strong, dark coffee permeates the air this 8th week, a familiar backdrop to the low murmur of voices and the occasional burst of genuine laughter. You feel the rough, splintered wood of the communal table beneath your hands as you nurse a mug, the warmth seeping into your cold fingers. This isn't a cafe from your past, filled with solitary figures on glowing screens, but a bustling, slightly grimy diner where conversations are loud and immediate, faces open and unmasked. Your e-commerce mind, once dedicated to understanding online user behavior and building digital communities, now grapples with the raw, unfiltered dynamics of real-world human connection. You find yourself listening intently, not for keywords or demographic data, but for genuine sentiment, a shared joke about the day's impossible headlines, a knowing glance over the price of a cup of coffee, the quiet empathy in someone's eyes when another tells a tale of hardship. These are the new metrics of engagement. There's no algorithm to predict who will connect, no click-through rate, just the subtle, complex dance of human interaction. You found yourself drawn into conversations with fellow boarders and regulars at the diner, men and women facing struggles as profound as your own. with a fellow boarder, a quiet man named Thomas who works at the stockyards. You find yourself discussing the efficiency of certain delivery routes, albeit for coal and ice, not packages. Your knowledge of logistical optimization, once applied to global shipping, finds a strange, practical outlet in helping him visualize better ways to arrange his handcart for heavier loads, minimizing trips. He listens intently, his brow furrowed, then nods slowly, a small smile touching his lips. It's a transaction of ideas, not money, but the warmth of his appreciation is palpable. The absence of a camera or a smartphone, once a source of constant frustration, now feels less like a limitation and more like a liberation in these moments. There's no pressure to capture the perfect candid shot, no distraction of a buzzing notification. Instead, your focus is entirely on the person in front of you, their gestures, the nuances of their voice, the genuine emotion in their eyes. These first frames of friendship, you realize, are etched directly into your memory, vivid and real, without any digital intermediary. You find a surprising ease in this unfiltered interaction, a kind of depth you rarely experienced in the curated, performance-driven world of online networking. You witness a group of men playing cards in the corner, their shouts of triumph and groans of defeat echoing through the diner. Your modern self might have seen this as a potential market for gaming apps or online poker. Here, it's a pure, unadulterated form of social engagement, a way to forget the day's worries, to build camaraderie. You notice the unspoken rules, the shared understanding, the comfort found in simple, repetitive rituals. It's a genuine community built on shared space and shared experience, not on shared interests in a digital forum. As the week ends, you walk back to Mrs. O'Malley's boarding house, the sharp scent of cold, damp earth mingling with the faint smell of the diner's coffee on your coat. You feel a subtle shift within you, the loneliness that had been a constant companion since your arrival has begun to recede, replaced by a nascent sense of belonging. You understand that while your e-commerce skills might eventually find a practical application, the most valuable commodity you've acquired this week isn't a product or a prospect, but the fragile, powerful warmth of human connection, a profound and necessary foundation in a world stripped bare of everything else. Echoes down the city streets, illuminating textures and details you hadn't noticed before. You feel the cold seeping through the soles of your shoes, but your gaze is fixed, keenly observing the interplay of light and shadow on the faces passing by, on the worn brick of buildings, on the humble goods displayed on street vendor carts. Your e-commerce eye, once trained to optimize product visuals for digital screens, now finds a different kind of beauty in this analog world. Without a camera, you've become a human lens, processing every detail, every angle, every shift in ambient light. You mentally compose shots. The way the light catches the steam rising from a hot dog stand, highlighting the vendor's weathered hand as he flips a sausage. The stark contrast of a dark doorway against a sunlit wall, framing a solitary figure. You learn the rhythm of the sun, where the best natural light falls at different times of the day. A skill that would have been invaluable for your product photography in another life. You spend hours just watching the street, a living canvas. You observe how people carry themselves, their expressions, their reactions to the harsh environment. Your modern understanding of nonverbal communication, once applied to deciphering user engagement metrics from eye tracking studies, now helps you read the subtle cues of desperation, resilience, and quiet hope in the faces around you. This acute observation isn't just for survival. It's becoming a new way of documenting, of understanding, of seeing asterisk. You are building a mental archive of these uncaptured moments, each one a vivid, sensory record. A small group of boys plays stickball in a narrow alley, their shouts echoing against the brick. The movement is fluid, dynamic, a perfect moment for a high-speed burst shot. You imagine the motion blur, the crisp focus on their joyful, mud-streaked faces. But instead of clicking a shutter, you simply watch, absorbing every detail. The tattered fabric of their coats, the worn leather of the ball, the makeshift bat. This unfiltered intake of information, devoid of technological filters, feels both overwhelming and incredibly rich. It forces a deeper engagement, a more active form of memory making. Your modern assumptions about image saturation and short attention spans are completely overturned here. A single, well-placed, evocative drawing, or even a meticulously written description in an advertisement, must do the work of 100 internet images. You study the artwork in magazines, the line drawings in catalogs, how they use cross-hatching to imply texture, shading to suggest depth. Your e-commerce brain starts to reverse engineer their techniques, understanding how these artists were, in their own way, masters of visual persuasion, compensating for the lack of photographic fidelity with artistic interpretation. As the week ends, the city lights twinkle against the darkening sky, softened by a light snowfall. You feel a strange sense of clarity, a heightened awareness of your surroundings. The street, once a confusing, overwhelming panorama, has begun to reveal its intricate patterns, its subtle beauty, its raw humanity. You realize that while you may never hold a camera again, you are, in a profound way, becoming a more attentive and discerning photographer of life, capturing its essence not with glass and film, but with the keen, unfiltered lens of your own observation, recording it all in the indelible darkroom of your mind. The shop room is a small corner bakery this 10th week, momentarily cutting through the pervasive smells of coal dust and damp earth. You pause, inhaling deeply, a reminder of simple pleasures long forgotten. You feel the rough, worn wood of a park bench beneath your hand, the cold seeping through your thin gloves as you watch a lone pigeon peck at crumbs on the frosty ground. Your e-commerce mind, once adept at predicting market trends and optimizing customer journeys, now finds itself observing an entirely different economy. The economy of human needs and kindness. You notice the subtle exchanges, the unwritten rules of support that exist among the struggling. A shared portion of soup, a mumbled word of encouragement, a stranger offering to hold a heavy package. These are the microtransactions of survival, far removed from the digital click and buy. There's no profit margin, no analytics, just the raw, essential value of human connection. You carry a small, neatly folded newspaper, one you'd managed to acquire with a few hours of odd jobs. An advertisement for a lost dog catches your eye. A hand-drawn picture attempting to capture its likeness. Your modern brain instantly thinks of reverse image search, pet microchips, and community Facebook groups. Here, the search is personal, desperate, relying on word of mouth and the kindness of strangers. The sheer effort involved in disseminating such a message without modern technology feels immense. Later that week, you find yourself helping an elderly woman struggling with a heavy basket of groceries. Her hands are gnarled with age, her face etched with worry. Without a second thought, you take the basket, the weight surprisingly substantial, and carry it for her down the block to her humble apartment. She offers you a small, wrinkled apple in return, her eyes full of a silent, profound gratitude. Your initial instinct to decline, a remnant of a transactional world, is quickly overridden by the simple, undeniable warmth of the exchange. This isn't about profit or networking. It's about a momentary alleviation of someone's burden, a purely human connection. This small act of kindness feels more significant than any successful product launch you ever oversaw. There's no immediate, tangible reward, no public recognition, no data point to add to a conversion funnel. Yet, the feeling it leaves is far richer, more resonant. You think of the millions of transactions your past life revolved around, often faceless, driven by algorithms. Here, the interaction is direct, personal, leaving an imprint on both giver and receiver. It's a development of human connection that transcends any business metric. As the week comes to a close, you sit in the quiet of your room, the cold seeping through the window pane. The apple, slowly eaten, still tastes sweet in your memory. You understand that your journey is no longer solely about survival or launching a business. It's also about rediscovering a fundamental aspect of humanity that had become obscured in the digital age. You realize that beyond the negative, beyond the harsh realities, and the absence of your modern tools, lies a profound capacity for connection, for simple acts that develop not products, but lives. This week, you realize you didn't just witness kindness, you became a part of its fragile, powerful tapestry that fills your nostrils as you step into a vast, echoing hall this 11th week. The floorboards creak softly under your worn shoes, a gentle rhythm in the otherwise hushed atmosphere. Light, filtered through tall, grimy windows, illuminates canvases of vibrant color and somber portraits, a stark contrast to the gray streets outside. This is a public exhibition, perhaps supported by the government's Works Progress Administration, a tangible example of culture flourishing amidst crushing hardship. Your e-commerce mind, accustomed to the immediate, shareable, and often fleeting visual content of the digital age, is deeply struck by the permanence and physical presence of these artworks. Each brushstroke, each carved line, demands slow, deliberate attention. There's no scrolling past, no instant gratification. You observe people moving slowly, their faces contemplative, some with hands clasped behind their backs, others leaning in to study a detail. This is engagement in its purest form, a collective absorption of meaning. It's a profound contrast to the individualized consumption of media you once promoted. You notice how the art itself reflects the era. Some pieces depict the harsh realities of farm life or city struggles, their muted tones conveying a quiet despair. Others burst with defiant optimism, vibrant landscapes or portraits capturing a tenacious spirit. Your entrepreneurial brain, ever seeking to understand a market, identifies a fundamental human need being met here: expression, understanding, hope. This isn't about selling a product, but about selling an experience, a connection to something larger than oneself, something resonant with the collective consciousness of people enduring the Depression. The pulse of this renaissance isn't just in the paint on the canvas. It's in the shared silence, the soft murmurs, the occasional appreciative nod between strangers. You witness a woman wiping a tear from her eye as she stands before a painting of a bustling city market, perhaps reminding her of a better time, or of the resilience of her community. Your modern understanding of community building via online forums feels shallow next to this visceral, shared emotional response. This is a real-world network effect, driven by shared physical presence and art's universal language. You think about how an e-commerce platform would try to categorize or monetize such an experience. A virtual gallery, perhaps, with digital prints and artist bios, but it would lack this tactile immediacy, the smell of the paint, the shared breathing of the room. the raw, unfiltered emotional impact. The value of this art isn't transactional, it's existential. Your skills in digital presentation, in crafting online narratives for products, feel almost irrelevant in the face of such profound analog power. You realize that true cultural impact, the collective beat, transcends the efficiency of any digital distribution channel. As the week ends and you step back out into the cold Chicago air, the sounds of traffic and distant whistles return to you with a new resonance. The art, though unseen, remains vivid in your mind. You feel a shift in your perception of value. In your former life, value was often measured in clicks, sales, and conversions. Here, in the quiet halls of an art exhibition, you've glimpsed a different kind of wealth, the resilience of the human spirit, the power of shared emotion, and the profound, enduring resonance of a collective cultural beat. One that thrives even when the material world crumbles. The faint, earthy scent of charcoal and the sharper, metallic tang of turpentine now mingle in the air around you this 12th week. You feel the rough, cool surface of a wooden easel against your palm as you lean in, watching a young artist, a quiet woman named Alara, sketch with focused intensity. The soft scratch of her charcoal stick on paper is the only sound in the small, borrowed studio space, a world away from the clamor of the streets. Your e-commerce mind, once adept at directing photographers and graphic designers with precise digital specifications, is now forced to adapt its visual language. You gesture, describing not in terms of pixels or filters, but in terms of light and shadow, texture and emotional appeal. You explain how a product, a simple, sturdy pair of work gloves, perhaps needs to speak to the viewer. Show the reinforced palm, you suggest, the way it cups the hand, implying comfort and durability. Imagine it against a rough, wooden beam, not just floating in white space. Your hands demonstrate, shaping air, trying to convey the ideal angle, the focal point that would make a customer feel the product's utility. Alara listens, her brow furrowed in concentration, her eyes flicking from your gestures to the evolving sketch. She works quickly, translating your abstract, modern marketing concepts into tangible lines and shades. You see the immediate, intuitive understanding in her work, a different kind of brilliance from the digital artists you once knew. Her skill is in capturing essence with limited means, making a few lines convey the strength of canvas, the softness of leather. This collaboration, a fusion of your modern analytical eye and her timeless artistic talent, feels like a fragile bridge across the decades. you realize the profound impact of this tactile creative process. There's no undo button, no layers to manipulate, only the deliberate strokes of a human hand. Your initial frustration at the lack of instant digital feedback has slowly been replaced by an appreciation for the meticulous craft, the steady buildup of an image from nothing. You envision these drawings gracing a future mail-order catalog, each one a silent salesperson, a visual promise to a distant customer. You think of how this is effectively your product photography, reimagined for an era without cameras in every pocket. This week, you've also been acutely aware of the economic conditions that make this collaboration possible. Ilara, like many artists, is struggling, grateful for the small payment or trade you offer for her work. The WPA Federal Art Project, a New Deal initiative, provides some relief for artists, but many still seek private commissions. Your ability to articulate a clear visual need, combined with your willingness to provide even a modest income, helps bridge a gap for her, just as her talent helps bridge the communication gap for your nascent business idea. It's an exchange that benefits both. A small, personal economy emerging from the larger collapse. As the week draws to a close, you look at a finished drawing of a well-made apron, its pockets clearly defined, the fabric rendered with suggestive folds, a hint of texture. It's not a photograph, but it's evocative, honest. You feel a deep satisfaction, a different kind of fulfillment than watching conversion rates climb. You understand that guiding the eye without a camera isn't just about recreating visuals. It's about rekindling a more fundamental form of human communication. A shared vision crafted through patience, description, and the collaborative brilliance of two minds reaching across different eras to create something meaningful and effective, one deliberate line at a time. The rich, savory aroma of simmering stew, laced with onions and a hint of thyme, fills the air around you this 13th week, a scent that now feels less alien and more like a promise of warmth. You feel the comforting weight of a heavy, ceramic bowl in your hands, the steam rising to warm your face. Around a large, worn wooden table in Mrs. O'Malley's kitchen, you see the familiar faces of your fellow boarders. Thomas, the quiet man from the stockyards, his usually serious face softened by the lamplight. Ilara, her artistic hands now holding a spoon, a slight smile playing on her lips. This isn't just food, it's the taste of belonging. Your e-commerce mind, once obsessed with global reach and anonymous transactions, now grapples with the profound intimacy of this shared meal. There are no demographic segments here, no conversion funnels, just individual people, their lives intertwined in the small ecosystem of this boarding house. You notice the subtle gestures, a shared glance, a quiet offer of more bread, the collective sigh of contentment after a long day. This is customer loyalty built on shared experience, mutual aid, and the simple, undeniable value of a warm plate of food in a cold world. The delight here isn't a new product. It's the simple act of not eating alone. You find yourself engaging in conversations that would have been unthinkable weeks ago. Thomas, discussing his struggles at the stockyards, describes the difficult conditions. Your modern perspective offers an unexpected analytical insight into managing fatigue and optimizing movement, even for manual labor. He listens, eyes thoughtful, then offers a slow nod of appreciation. With Alara, you discuss her sketches, your e-commerce eye for visual appeal now helping her refine compositions, suggesting how certain details could be emphasized to evoke a particular feeling or story. Even for a simple drawing meant to convey a moment of local life, these are collaborations rooted in genuine connection, not merely professional exchange. The familiar rhythm of the boarding house, the creaks of the old stairs, the distant strains of a radio from the parlor playing a dance tune. These sounds, once merely background noise, now contribute to a comforting hum. You observe how Mrs. O'Malley moves through her kitchen, her efficient, practiced movements, a testament to her years of quiet endurance. The idea of unfamiliar delights now includes these small domestic comforts, the sturdy feel of a well-worn blanket, the surprising sweetness of a carefully rationed piece of pie, the genuine, unforced laughter that occasionally erupts around the table. These are not curated experiences. They are simply life lived. This week, you also catch snippets of news on the radio about President Roosevelt's ongoing efforts with the New Deal. Hearing about the Civilian Conservation Corps sending men to work on public projects, it's a reminder of the vast external struggles. But within the walls of this home, a different kind of resilience is being built. One meal, one conversation, one shared moment at a time. Your former life's emphasis on individual success and disruptive innovation feels distant, almost irrelevant. Here, the focus is on collective survival, on the quiet strength found in mutual support. As the week ends, you stand by the window, watching the streetlights flicker on through the falling snow. The cold is still biting, the economic hardship still palpable, but something fundamental has shifted within you. The nagging loneliness, the sense of being an alien observer, has receded. In its place, a quiet warmth has taken root. You realize that finding a home isn't solely about a physical dwelling, or even about returning to your own time. It's about finding your place among people, about forging connections, that provide a deeper sustenance than any product or profit margin could ever offer. The metallic scent of the elevated train, a constant presence, is unusually loud this 14th week. Its rumble vibrating through the very ground beneath your feet. You stand on a crowded platform, jostled by the morning commuters, a sea of somber faces. The air, though cold, carries a faint undercurrent of nervous energy, a collective tension that feels both palpable and deeply ingrained. Your e-commerce mind, once adept at segmenting online audiences by demographics and psychographics, now tries to map the invisible social grids of this city. You notice subtle distinctions: the cut of a coat, the shine of shoes, the type of lunch pail carried. These aren't just fashion choices. They are markers of class, of means, of belonging or not belonging. You observe how interactions differ. How a wealthy woman at a department store is treated compared to a ragged man asking for work outside a factory gate. Your modern assumptions about universal consumer behavior crumble in the face of such stark social stratification. The customer journey here is dictated by much more than just a marketing funnel. It's shaped by deeply embedded societal structures. You spend time listening in diners and on park benches, picking up fragments of untold stories. The whispered fears of eviction, the hushed hope for a new job, the quiet pride in a mendied garment. These aren't testimonials or reviews. They are raw, unfiltered narratives of survival. Your e-commerce training in storytelling, in crafting compelling brand narratives, finds a new, profound application here. You see how these personal stories, shared amongst individuals, form the true social currency, building trust and empathy in a way no online campaign ever could. The virality here is in shared experience, passed from person to person. You're particularly struck by the racial segregation evident in parts of the city. Though not as overt as in the Deep South, you see clear boundaries, areas where certain groups congregate, where opportunities diminish. Your modern sensibilities are appalled, but your analytical mind tries to understand the economic implications. How these social divisions create entirely separate marketplaces, different needs, and different ways of doing business. An e-commerce venture, you realize, could not simply operate universally. It would have to navigate these intricate and often unjust social grids. One afternoon, you find yourself near the bustling merchandise mart, a colossal building that represents the heart of Chicago's wholesale trade. You watch the trucks unload, the goods being moved, the sheer scale of the operation. This is the analog backbone of commerce, a world of physical inventory, face-to-face negotiations, and deeply entrenched supply chains. Your modern concepts of drop shipping and just-in-time inventory feel like impossibly advanced magic. To to launch a mail order business, you would need to understand and integrate into this massive physical system, building relationships and trust brick by brick. As the week concludes, you stand on a bridge overlooking the river, watching the barges move slowly through the icy water. The city lights reflect on the dark surface, a mosaic of light and shadow. You realize that unlocking perspectives isn't just about intellectual understanding. It's about a deep, empathetic immersion. You're beginning to see the city not just as a geographic location, but as a complex organism, its arteries of commerce and its nervous system of social interaction inextricably linked. Your modern analytical skills are slowly being rewired, not to exploit markets, but to understand the profound, often hidden human dynamics that truly drive this world. The untold stories that form its very fabric. You feel the rough texture of a brick wall beneath your gloved hand, its cool permanence a familiar comfort as you lean against it. The quality of the pale, low sun, slanting through the gaps between tall buildings, paints a moment of unexpected grace on the grim street, transforming dust motes into shimmering gold. Your e-commerce eye, once attuned to the polished perfection of digital imagery, now perceives beauty in a completely different light. It's not about filters or high resolution anymore. You see it in the meticulous stitching on a woman's worn coat, a testament to endurance and skill. You notice the intricate patterns formed by frost on a window pane, a fleeting, natural artistry, the vibrant splash of color from a single potted geranium on a tenement fire. Escape becomes a stark, precious visual, more impactful than any perfectly staged product shot. Your mind no longer searches for what's missing asterisk from a scene. It actively seeks out the intrinsic, often overlooked beauty that asterisk is there. This shift in perception has brought a newfound confidence. The initial terror and disorientation have been replaced by a quiet certainty that you can navigate this world. Your modern analytical skills, once focused on data points and market trends, now find themselves translating abstract concepts of value and appeal into the tangible, analog reality. You recognize the resilience in the faces around you, the subtle dignity in their daily struggles, and you begin to understand what truly resonates with people here. This isn't about selling a lifestyle. It's about providing genuine utility, comfort, and perhaps a small flicker of hope. You walk past a small dry goods store, its window displaying simple, functional items, spools of thread, sturdy work boots, rolls of plain fabric. Your e-commerce brain might have once dismissed these as uninteresting. Now, you see them with a soul's lens. You envision the thread mending a family's clothes, the boots protecting feet through harsh winters, the fabric like becoming a child's new dress. Each item holds a narrative, a purpose that transcends its mere physical form. You mentally craft compelling descriptions, imagining how to convey this inherent value in a catalog, using words to paint pictures of necessity and quality that would resonate deeply with a cash-strapped customer. This week, the news on the radio from Mrs. O'Malley's parlor speaks of government efforts to put people back to work, particularly through infrastructure projects that will last for generations. You find yourself thinking about legacy, about building something that endures, not just a fleeting digital trend. Your early plans for a mail-order business, once abstract, now feel more concrete, more grounded in the real needs you observe. You're beginning to outline a rudimentary supply chain in your mind, identifying potential sources for sturdy, useful goods, thinking about how to connect producers with distant consumers, even without the internet. As the week culminates in a bracing, clear winter afternoon, you stand looking out over Lake Michigan, its vast, icy expanse reflecting the pale sky. The city hums behind you, a symphony of resilience. You realize that your confidence isn't about escaping this reality, but about deeply embracing it, about finding your place within its complex fabric. The soul's lens isn't a replacement for your modern vision. It's an enhancement. You now see not just what asterisk could be sold asterisk, but what truly matters. This profound shift isn't just about adaptation. It's about a fundamental reevaluation of what constitutes true wealth and purpose, moving beyond transient digital metrics to the enduring human heartbeat of commerce. Mixed with the ever-present smell of coal smoke, feels sharper this 16th week. You feel the rough, cold metal of a handcart as you push it through the slush, helping Thomas deliver supplies. The rhythmic squeak of the wheels is a familiar sound, but today, a new, unsettling sensation gnaws at you. You're inspecting a batch of sturdy, hand-sewn work gloves, potential inventory for your nascent mail-order venture. These are made by local women. A small cooperative Mrs. O'Malley helped you discover, eager for any income. As you run your fingers over the rough canvas and leather, your modern e-commerce eye, trained for absolute perfection in product photography and quality control, immediately spots it, a small, almost imperceptible misstitch on the thumb of one glove, a slight unevenness in the seam of another, an unseen imperfection, visible only to your highly trained gaze. In your past life, this would be a return, a defect, a potential negative review that could sink your product's rating. You'd photograph it with a macro lens, highlight the flaw, and demand a refund from the manufacturer. Here, Thomas, looking over your shoulder, sees only a functional glove, sturdy and warm. Good enough, he grunts, his focus on its utility, not its aesthetics. Elara, when you show her, simply shrugs. It will keep hands warm, she says, her artistic eye appreciating the handmade quality, not the tiny deviation from perfection. A modern conscience stirs within you. The ethics of disclosure are paramount in online sales. You'd be expected to mention minor imperfections or classify them as seconds. But in this world, such a flaw is inconsequential. It doesn't affect the glove's purpose. It's a mark of its handmade origin. To point it out, to haggle over it, feels almost insulting to the women who poured their meager resources and labor into making it. Their survival depends on these gloves selling. Your assumption of universal quality standards, driven by a consumer culture of abundance and choice, feels profoundly out of place. You grapple with this internal conflict. Your professional integrity demands transparency. Your newfound understanding of this world demands empathy and practicality. Is it truly a flaw if no one else perceives it as such? And if its function is uncompromised, the very concept of perfect seems like a luxury, an abstract ideal that this era simply cannot afford. You realize that your definition of quality control was shaped by a world where overproduction and disposable goods made minor imperfections unforgivable. Here, every thread counts. Every usable item is precious. Later, you hear news from the radio about the drought-stricken Dust Bowl and the migrations of desperate families to California. The vastness of their suffering puts your small ethical dilemma into stark perspective. A misstitch on a glove in the face of widespread homelessness and starvation feels trivial. The primary value of these gloves isn't their aesthetic perfection, but their ability to protect hands and provide warmth for those who have little else. As the week closes, you hold one of the imperfect gloves in your hand, feeling the rough canvas. The misstitch is still there, a tiny ripple in the fabric, but it no longer fills you with alarm. Instead, you see it as a mark of the human touch, a reminder of the conditions under which it was made. You understand that unseen imperfection isn't a universal truth, it's a contextual judgment. Your modern conscience, while still present, is beginning to adapt, realizing that true ethics in this era are less about perfect disclosure and more about basic human decency, practical utility, and the profound, silent understanding of shared struggle. The crisp, dry rustle of new paper, still smelling faintly of wood pulp and fresh ink, fills the small, borrowed workspace this 17th week. You feel the smooth, cool surface beneath your fingers, a blank canvas for your words. The methodical scratch of your pen is the dominant sound, a counterpoint to the distant rumble of a streetcar. You are crafting descriptions for the first few items in your fledgling mail-order endeavor. Each word chosen with a deliberation that feels both exhilarating and daunting. Your e-commerce mind, a seasoned architect of online persuasion, now operates in a world where words are the asterisk, only asterisk visual. There are no high-resolution images, no 360-degree product views, no testimonial videos, only the language you conjure to guide the customer's imagination. You stare at Alara's detailed sketch of the work gloves, the ones with the tiny misstitch you almost obsessed over. How do you describe them? Do you simply state their utility, their material? Or do you imbue them with something more? A promise of warmth, durability, and honest craftsmanship that might stretch the boundaries of strict factual reporting. This is the ethical temptation to shape a narrative. You recall the countless hours spent A/B testing copy, fine-tuning headlines for maximum conversion. The goal was always to evoke desire, to create a compelling story around a product. Here, without the mitigating reality of an accompanying photograph, the power of those words feels immense, almost dangerous. You browse old newspapers, noting the bombastic claims of patent medicine ads, cures all ills, miraculous remedies, a stark reminder of the era's often unregulated advertising landscape, where exaggeration was common and consumer skepticism, understandably, high. Your modern marketing ethics, rooted in transparency and verifiable claims, clash with the practical need to stand out and make a sale in a desperate market. You want to accurately represent the quality of Mrs. O'Malley's Cooperative's handmade goods, to build a reputation for trustworthiness, but you also know that a simple, unadorned description might fail to capture attention. You weigh each adjective, each phrase. Can you say finest quality when you know the canvas is sturdy but not luxurious? Can you promise unrivaled durability when you've only seen the first batch? The distinction between evocative language and outright embellishment feels incredibly fine. You find yourself imagining the distant customer, perhaps a farmer in rural Illinois, sitting by lamplight, reading your catalog. What do they need to hear? Not just facts, but reassurance, a sense of hope in a bleak time. Your understanding of consumer psychology tells you that emotion sells, but your personal integrity tugs at the reins. This struggle is a microcosm of the larger mail-order industry of the time, which often thrived on descriptive power, sometimes veering into hyperbole. Yet companies like Sears and Montgomery Ward built empires on trust, albeit with careful catalog descriptions and return policies. As the week ends, you lay your finished descriptions alongside Alara's careful drawings. The words feel like a living thing, capable of building a bridge of trust or a chasm of disappointment. You've opted for a middle ground, focusing on utility, honest craftsmanship, and the implied resilience of goods made to last. You haven't resorted to the extravagant claims of patent medicine hawkers, but you haven't shied away from painting a vivid, appealing picture either. You understand, with a chilling clarity, that in a world without instantaneous visual proof, the moral weight of every single word in an advertisement is magnified. You are not just selling products. You are, for better or worse, shaping reality for those who read your carefully crafted narrative. Full smoke feels heavier this 18th week, almost pressing down on you. You feel the constant, low rumble of the city beneath your feet, a symphony of unseen struggles, the persistent cough of a neighbor, a raw, wet sound, echoes through the thin walls of the boarding house, reminding you of the fragility of health in this era. Your modern knowledge, a vast database of information about health, sanitation, and economic cycles, becomes a heavy burden this week. You see the signs everywhere. The crowded living conditions, the inadequate nutrition, the lack of basic medical care. You overhear conversations about consumption, influenza, and the fear of epidemics, especially with winter still clinging to the air. Your e-commerce mind, once focused on leveraging data for profit, is now overwhelmed by data points of human vulnerability. You know that simple antibiotics, accessible in your time, could save lives here, but they are a distant, unimaginable future. This moral exposure is jarring. You observe a mother trying to soothe a feverish child, her face drawn with worry. Your impulse is to intervene, to offer knowledge you possess that could make a difference. You know about boiling water to sterilize, about the importance of ventilation, about basic germ theory that isn't universally understood or easily practiced here, but speaking out would brand you as eccentric, perhaps even dangerous. And worse, you have no practical means to implement widespread change. Your advanced knowledge, without the infrastructure or acceptance to support it, feels like a cruel, useless secret, a hidden truth that weighs on your conscience. You grapple with the conflict of your knowledge. Should you try to subtly suggest improvements in hygiene to Mrs. O'Malley, risking her suspicion or even ridicule? Or should you remain silent, a passive observer to preventable suffering? Your modern ethical framework, which emphasizes action and public health, feels paralyzed by the historical context. The sheer scale of the problem, the deeply entrenched poverty, makes individual interventions seem futile. A drop in an ocean of need. You find yourself drawn to the public library again, not for advertising inspiration, but for medical texts. You scan dusty volumes on basic anatomy and disease, finding information that is either outdated or rudimentary compared to your understanding. You realize the immense scientific progress that separates your time from this one. A chasm of knowledge that makes you feel both incredibly powerful and utterly helpless. Your e-commerce skills, which allowed you to efficiently connect supply and demand, feel irrelevant when the demand is for life-saving medicine that simply does not exist. This week, news on the radio speaks of unemployment numbers, but your mind is elsewhere, calculating the unseen costs of the depression. Not just lost wages, but lost lives due to inadequate health care, rampant disease, and sheer despair. The butterfly effect of your presence feels less about grand economic shifts and more about the quiet, internal struggle of holding knowledge that you cannot responsibly wield. As the week ends, you walk alone through the dim streets, the cold wind biting at your face. The lingering scent of coal smoke now carries an undertone of unspoken illness, a constant, low thrum beneath the city's surface. You understand that your burden isn't just about personal survival or even the ethical complexities of commerce. It's about living with a hidden truth, a profound awareness of what asterisk could be asterisk, alongside the brutal reality of what asterisk is. The weight of this knowledge, this moral exposure, feels heavier than any physical task, forcing you to confront the limits of individual agency in the face of overwhelming historical forces. The crisp, clean scent of drying laundry, mingled with the faint, sweet smell of wood smoke from a distant chimney, brings a subtle sense of order to the start of your 19th week. You feel the rough, damp texture of a freshly scrubbed floor beneath your hand, a tangible testament to effort. This is Mrs. O'Malley's boarding house, and today something feels different. A quiet decision has been made, a path chosen. Your e-commerce mind, once accustomed to the instant click of a mouse or the tap of a screen, now understands the different weight of a decisive click. In this analog world, it's not about digital action, but about a firm, internal commitment. You've decided to put your unique blend of modern marketing insight and old-world grit into action, not for personal profit alone, but to truly help the local community. The unseen imperfection of the gloves no longer bothers you. Instead, your focus is on how to connect these hardworking women with their sturdy, necessary products to a wider, desperate market. You spend hours with Mrs. O'Malley and Alara, discussing the practicalities of a small mail-order venture for locally made goods. Your experience in supply chain logistics, even if applied to digital products, translates surprisingly well to this analog operation. You diagram a simple process on butcher paper. How to collect goods from the makers, how to package them efficiently, how to manage the postal system for distribution. your modern understanding of streamlined workflows, once applied to automated fulfillment centers, finds a raw, manual application here, aiming for maximum output with minimal resources. Mrs. O'Malley, though initially skeptical, watches your clear, concise diagrams, her practical mind slowly nodding in agreement. Ilara, with her eye for detail, suggests ways to improve packaging to protect the products, a tactile approach to what you once called unboxing experience. This week, you also make a conscious effort to leverage your knowledge about public health, but subtly, you explain to Mrs. O'Malley how covering food, airing out rooms, and diligent hand washing can prevent the spread of common winter ailments. You frame it not as modern medical wisdom, but as good sense or efficient household management. Her nods are less suspicious, more receptive, as she sees the practical benefits in her crowded boarding house. This quiet influence is your chosen form of intervention, a way to apply your hidden truths without causing alarm. It's a delicate balance, an act of translation across eras. You also recognize the power of word-of-mouth marketing, the original viral campaign. You notice how news, good or bad, travels quickly through the neighborhood. Your nascent mail-order business relies entirely on this, a positive experience with one pair of gloves, a satisfied customer telling a neighbor, will be far more effective than any slogan you could invent. Your focus shifts from abstract metrics to tangible satisfaction, from clicks to genuine human trust. As the week comes to a quiet close, a profound sense of purpose settles over you. The air outside is still cold, but within the boarding house, there's a new hum of activity, a sense of collective ambition. You realize that your decisive click wasn't just a choice to act, but a choice to integrate asterisk, to adapt your modern skills, not just for your own survival, but for the collective betterment of the community that has unknowingly become your new home. This subtle shift, this quiet influence, is the beginning of your true journey, a testament to the unexpected ways an ordinary person can shape a shifting scene, even in the heart of the Great Depression. A small pile of freshly printed flyers, not a full catalog, but a single sheet, meticulously designed by Ilara with your guidance, advertising the sturdy work gloves and aprons, the rhythmic thump of a postal worker's bag as he sorts mail at the local post office fills the air, a sound that now carries a different kind of promise. Your e-commerce mind, once accustomed to launching global campaigns with a single click, is now measuring impact in the smallest, most tangible increments. The first few letters of inquiry, handwritten and often smudged, have arrived, a trickle, but a start. These are not leads in a CRM system. They are real people, miles away, responding to the carefully crafted words and drawings you've put into the world. This is the first light of change, a faint glimmer in the vast, economic darkness. You watch Mrs. O'Malley, her hands trembling slightly, open one of the envelopes, her eyes scanning the simple request for glove prices. A small, almost imperceptible smile touches her lips. Your vision of a mail-order business, initially abstract and almost fantastical to her, is now manifesting in these physical responses. Your modern understanding of direct marketing, of creating a clear call to action, is working, albeit at a drastically different scale and pace. You suggested adding a small, hand-drawn illustration of the women sewing the goods, a subtle appeal to empathy and local craftsmanship, something you called brand storytelling. Ilara's sketches, initially just product images, now evoke a sense of community and honest labor, a testament to the unforeseen impact of your combined efforts. Thomas, who helps with the heavier deliveries to the post office, has noticed the slight increase in activity. He observes your organized bundles of flyers, your careful addressing of the few incoming orders, and even offers suggestions on the most efficient routes for distribution to the various post office boxes. Your logistical acumen, once applied to optimizing shipping routes for thousands of packages, finds a surprisingly gratifying application in this small, local system, slowly creating a ripple of efficiency. This isn't a massive logistics network, but a human one, built on trust and shared effort. You recognize the inherent power of the mail-order system in this era, a lifeline for rural communities cut off from city markets. Companies like Sears and Roebuck built empires on it, and your small venture is tapping into that same fundamental need. Access to reliable goods when local options are scarce or too expensive. The irony isn't lost on you. You're building an e-commerce business without any E, relying on the very analog systems your past self would have considered archaic. Yet, its potential, even at this small scale, feels immense in this context. One afternoon, you see one of the women from the cooperative, her face usually drawn, carrying a small bag of flour into her home. She looks at you, offers a quick, shy nod, a brief flash of warmth in her eyes. This isn't a profit margin. This isn't a market share. This is the direct, undeniable impact of your work, a tangible contribution to someone's immediate survival. It's a connection between your abstract modern skills and the stark reality of 1934. As the week ends, you feel a quiet hum of satisfaction beneath the persistent hum of the city. The faint scent of the printed flyers still clings to your hands, a reminder of the small steps taken. You realize that your vision was never truly about technology, but about connection, connecting producers with consumers, needs with solutions. The bitter, metallic taste of worry settles on your tongue this 21st week, sharper than any chill in the air. You feel the clammy dampness of a poorly lit room, the stale scent of human anxiety and cheap tobacco thick in the air, the hushed, urgent whispers of a few women from the cooperative, their faces drawn and fearful, are a stark contrast to the quiet hope that had begun to bloom. Your e-commerce mind, once adept at predicting market reactions and mitigating risks, now grapples with the unforeseen negative consequences of your nascent mail-order venture. You had aimed to help, to create opportunity, but a new wrinkle has emerged. One of the women, her eyes darting nervously, explains that a local merchant, a man with a stern gaze and a reputation for harsh dealings, has started asking questions. He believes her selling goods through your catalog is undercutting his own sparse sales, potentially attracting the unwanted attention of authorities regarding informal trade. This is a distorted reflection of your intentions, your modern assumption of a free market, where more options benefit consumers, crashes against the harsh realities of a Depression-era scarcity economy. Your intervention, meant to empower, is instead perceived as a threat to an already struggling establishment. The butterfly effect isn't a gentle ripple here. It's a potential tremor, threatening not just your fledgling business, but the very livelihoods of those you sought to help. The fear in the women's eyes is palpable. You consider the ethical implications. You wanted to help the women directly, cutting out the middleman. But here, the middleman is a local fixture, perhaps barely surviving himself, and your disruption, even if well-intentioned, could trigger a backlash. Your business model, designed to optimize efficiency and bypass traditional channels, suddenly feels like a dangerous intrusion into a delicate, established order. You think of online giants facing antitrust lawsuits and realize this is an analog, grassroots version of that conflict, with far higher stakes for the individuals involved. You spend hours pacing, your mind racing through solutions. Could you offer the merchant a cut? Could you try to explain your intentions? But the cultural chasm is wide. Your concepts of efficiency and broader market access sound like jargon, not solutions, to someone fighting for daily survival. The simplicity of your original idea, a direct connection between maker and buyer, now seems overly simplistic, naive even, in the face of ingrained social and economic structures. This is a problem that data analytics cannot solve, a human conflict that requires diplomacy and understanding, not algorithms. You realize, with a heavy heart, that the photograph never taken is the image of true, unadulterated positive impact, an outcome that might be impossible to achieve without unintended side effects. The complexity of this era, Its delicate balance of desperation and community makes even the most altruistic intentions fraught with risk. The invisible structures of power and local economics are far more intricate than any online market analysis could ever capture. As the week draws to a close, the fear in the room lingers like the stale air. You feel the weight of responsibility, a profound understanding that in this world, every action, no matter how small or well-meaning, carries unpredictable consequences. The distorted reflection isn't just in the eyes of the merchant. It's in your own perception of your role, forcing you to question not just your methods, but the very ethics of intervention when survival is a daily struggle. This week, you understand. The most challenging aspect isn't building a business, but navigating the intricate, fragile web of human lives it inevitably touches. The faint, persistent chirping of sparrows, a sound of tentative spring, now mixes with the familiar hum of the city this 22nd week. You feel the gentle warmth of the sun on your face, a welcome change from winter's biting cold. The clean, earthy scent of damp soil, newly exposed, drifts up from a nearby park, a fragile promise of growth. You're sorting a small stack of incoming mail on Mrs. O'Malley's kitchen table, more envelopes than last week. A noticeable uptick. Your e-commerce mind, once focused on analytics dashboards and conversion funnels, now keenly observes these small, tangible indicators of progress. Each handwritten order, each inquiry, is a single data point in a real-world human algorithm. The subtle actions you've taken, the carefully crafted flyers designed by Alara, are now creating a palpable ripple. The butterfly's shadow isn't a dramatic shift, but a series of quiet, unfolding changes. You notice the women from the cooperative, their heads bent over their sewing, their movements a little less harried, a touch more steady. There's a faint, new rhythm to their work, a quiet industry born from demand. You observe Mrs. O'Malley, her usually weary eyes now holding a spark of something resembling hope as she counts the modest earnings from the few successful sales. Your suggestion for a more efficient way to track inventory, a simple ledger system that resembles a rudimentary database, has streamlined her efforts. She relies on your methodical approach, her hands, accustomed to physical labor, now trusting your quiet numerical order. This small, consistent success, powered by your modern organizational skills, is a lifeline, not just for the cooperative, but for the entire boarding house, allowing for slightly better meals, a bit more coal for the stove. The tension with the local merchant, who had voiced concerns last week, has also subtly eased. You'd made a point of making purchases from his store, even small ones, demonstrating that your new endeavor wasn't a direct competitor for his staple goods. but rather a different avenue for locally produced crafts. Your modern understanding of market differentiation applied to this analog world helped navigate the conflict. He now offers a curt nod of recognition when you pass, a tacit acknowledgement of your presence, and perhaps even a grudging respect for your industriousness. This is witnessing change in its most understated form, the slow, fragile establishment of coexistence. You've also noticed the quiet impact of your subtle health suggestions. Less coughing seems to echo through the halls. Mrs. O'Malley has begun to air out rooms more regularly, a new habit that seems to correlate with fewer complaints of minor illness. Your interventions, not as a medical expert, but as a practical advisor on efficiency, have started to bear fruit, a testament to the unintended benefits of applied modern knowledge in an unexpected setting. This is the unfolding of your subtle actions, creating small pockets of improvement within the larger, ongoing struggle of the depression. As the week concludes, the smell of freshly baked bread from the neighborhood bakery, a scent that once felt alien, now feels like a familiar comfort. You look at the pile of outgoing packages ready for the post. They are not grand, nor are they numerous, but each one represents a connection, a transaction that benefits both seller and buyer in a time of scarcity. You understand that the butterfly's shadow isn't about monumental, sudden shifts, but about the accumulation of small, consistent efforts. Your vision of e-commerce, stripped of its digital facade, has become something more elemental, more profoundly human. You realize that true impact isn't always loud or immediate. Sometimes it's a quiet, persistent force, a slow but steady current guiding the smallest of boats through the vast, unpredictable waters of history. The acrid, lingering scent of burnt toast, a small kitchen mishap, hangs heavy in the air of Mrs. O'Malley's boarding house this 23rd week. A minor domestic annoyance that jars against a deeper, more unsettling feeling. You feel the rough, unyielding grain of the wooden table under your fingertips, an anchor in a week where your moral compass feels unusually adrift. The rhythmic clatter of dishes in the sink, usually a comforting sound, now feels like a relentless ticking, marking time against a growing disquiet within you. Your e-commerce mind, once so focused on quantifiable metrics of success, now grapples with the qualitative, often unseen impact of your actions. Orders for the handmade goods have continued to trickle in, a steady stream that has brought a fragile stability to the cooperative women. You've seen a tangible improvement in their daily lives. Slightly better food, a new pair of shoes for a child, a visible easing of the constant tension in their faces. This success, you had thought, was purely positive, but this week, a new perspective has emerged, blurring the lines of your perceived good. You overhear a hushed conversation between two other boarders, their voices low and grim. They speak of a neighboring cooperative, one that struggles with much lower prices for similar goods. The implication, unspoken but clear, is that your fledgling enterprise, with its carefully crafted catalog and efficient postal distribution, is indirectly siphoning off some of the scarce demand, making it even harder for the other group to survive. This is framing the guilt, a stark realization that even positive impact can cast a long, complicated shadow. Your modern assumption of a vast, infinite market, where competition is healthy and new entrants simply create more options, feels brutally naive here. In this era of profound scarcity, every small success for one group can mean a struggle for another. Your e-commerce strategies, designed to gain market share, are operating in a zero-sum game. A pie that isn't expanding, but merely being resliced. The fact that you are empowering one group, however deserving, doesn't negate the potential, unintended harm to another. This is the heavy heart learning a harsh truth about the interconnectedness of poverty. You find yourself observing the struggling neighborhood with a new, somber lens. The sight of a child with threadbare clothes, the sound of a distant, melancholic harmonica, once evoked simple empathy. Now they stir a more complex mix of compassion and a gnawing sense of complicity. You know your venture is ethical in its direct dealings, paying fair wages to the women, but the systemic issues, the overarching scarcity, mean that even good intentions can lead to difficult ethical dilemmas that your modern world, with its relative abundance, rarely forced you to confront. You reflect on the news from the radio reports of government programs struggling to reach all those in need, of soup kitchens overflowing. The scale of the depression is immense, and your small success, while vital to a handful of families, feels almost insignificant against the backdrop of so much widespread suffering. Yet this small scale also magnifies the immediate, personal impact of your decisions. As the week ends, you stand by the window, watching the city lights begin to dot the deepening twilight. The air is still cold, but the internal chill you feel is far deeper. You understand that the blurred lines of your impact are not just a philosophical concept. They are a tangible reality that weighs on your conscience. Your entrepreneurial journey here is no longer a simple narrative of survival and innovation. It has become a profound and often painful lesson in the complex, interconnected ethics of existence in a world where scarcity defines every interaction, and even good intentions can carry an unforeseen, heavy burden of guilt. Of a newly planed board beneath your fingertips as you watch Thomas, usually quiet and reserved, meticulously constructing simple wooden frames for Alara's larger illustrations. The rhythmic rasp of his saw against wood, a sound of patient craftsmanship, now punctuates the days. Your e-commerce mind, once adept at managing virtual teams and anonymous customer relationships, now navigates the intricate, complicated compositions of real-world human dynamics. The success of the small mail-order venture has shifted relationships. You are no longer just another boarder. To Mrs. O'Malley, you are now a partner, an indispensable orchestrator of this new income stream. Her deference, subtle but palpable, changes the dynamic. To the women of the cooperative, you are a benefactor, their hope resting largely on your continued efforts. This creates a powerful, yet delicate, web of dependence. Thomas, with his unexpected woodworking skills, has become a key player. He saw the need for better displays for the goods when you occasionally take a few items to local markets, and his practical mind immediately found a solution. Your conversation, once focused on simple logistics, now revolves around materials, design, and cost-effectiveness. He offers suggestions, not just following instructions. You find yourself listening intently, respecting his practical knowledge, a different kind of expertise than you possessed. The new dynamics of your role mean you are no longer just the sole strategist. You are part of a growing, interdependent team. Alara, too, has stepped into a more active role. Her artistic eye, initially used only for catalog drawings, is now applied to the overall aesthetic of the small displays, to the lettering on the packing slips, even to suggesting new, simple designs for other crafts that might sell well. Your discussions with her are less about specific image requirements and more about brand identity, about conveying a consistent message of quality and authenticity. It's a creative partnership rooted in mutual respect for each other's unique skills. The feeling of power in this context is different from your past life. It's not about market dominance or influence over vast digital empires. It's about direct impact on individual lives, about the ability to provide work and hope. This power, however, carries a heavy weight of responsibility. You are acutely aware that any misstep, any failure of your logistical or marketing acumen could directly affect the welfare of the people who now rely on this venture. The invisible pressure of this dependence is a constant, subtle hum beneath the surface of your daily interactions. You hear news on the radio about the ongoing labor struggles and strikes in various industries across the country. A reminder of the raw power dynamics at play in the larger economy. It sharpens your awareness of the fragility of your own small, collaborative enterprise. A stark contrast to the often adversarial relationships between labor and management elsewhere. As the week ends, you watch Thomas finish a wooden sign for your small mail-order business. Its simple lettering clear and bold. The scent of pine resin still lingers in the air. You realize that the complicated compositions aren't just about the physical relationships between people, but about the intricate blend of personal ethics, modern knowledge, and historical reality. Your role has evolved from a lone survivor to an integral part of a fragile, hopeful ecosystem. This new dynamic brings a profound sense of purpose, but also a deep understanding that leading here isn't about giving orders. It's about fostering collaboration, trust, and the delicate art of shared responsibility in a world where every connection truly counts. Fills the air of Mrs. O'Malley's boarding house this 25th week. You feel the smooth, cool wood of the kitchen table beneath your forearms, a familiar anchor as you meticulously record incoming orders in your growing ledger. The rhythmic tap of your pen against the paper is the only sound, a quiet testament to a new routine. Your e-commerce mind, once quick to delegate and outsource, now finds itself owning the narrative in a deeply personal way. You are responsible for every step of this analog business, from the sourcing of materials to the final packaging. The initial success, while small, means more women are relying on the cooperative. More orders are coming in. This increased responsibility, a far cry from managing digital campaigns, feels heavier, yet more profound. There's no back-end team to blame, no automated system to fall back on. Every choice, every calculation, every word in a catalog description rests squarely on your shoulders. You spend hours talking with the women of the cooperative, understanding their needs, their capacity, their struggles. You see the raw materials they use, feel the rough texture of the fabric, the sturdy weight of the yarn. Your modern business acumen, usually focused on cost cutting and mass production, is now applied to preserving quality and ensuring fair compensation in a small, artisan setting. You calculate wages, production costs, and postal rates with a newfound meticulousness, knowing that every penny directly impacts someone's ability to put food on the table. This week, a letter arrives from a dissatisfied customer. A pair of gloves, they claim, arrived slightly soiled from transit. In your past life, this would be an automated return label, a quick refund, and a damage control email. Here, it's a personal letter requiring a handwritten response, a sincere apology, and a plan for recompense. You discuss it with Mrs. O'Malley, who suggests sending a new pair, along with a small, complimentary hand-knit scarf. Alara offers to personally draw a small apology note. This is customer service, stripped of its digital efficiency, transformed into a deeply human interaction focused on building trust through empathy and generosity, not just policy. You realize the profound difference between managing an online brand reputation and handling a real-world one. The unseen shots are not just the uncaptured moments of daily life, but the unspoken expectations, the fragile hopes, the silent struggles that your business, however small, now touches. You are acutely aware that your integrity, your consistency, your commitment to the community is the true foundation of your brand, far more than any advertising campaign. Your modern assumptions about customer reviews and ratings feel distant. Here, reputation is built on personal trust, face to face, or in this case, letter to letter. News on the radio reports on the ongoing labor movement and unionization efforts, highlighting the struggles of workers to gain fair treatment and accountability from large corporations. Your small-scale, ethical approach to business, prioritizing fair wages and community impact, feels like a quiet counterpoint, a personal commitment to a different way of doing things. As the week draws to a close, you sit alone with your ledger, the pen feeling heavier than usual. The responsibility is immense, the stakes personal. You understand that owning the narrative isn't just about controlling the story you tell others. It's about accepting full responsibility for every facet of your impact, both seen and unseen. Your path as an e-commerce entrepreneur has shifted from a pursuit of digital scale to a profound journey into ethical, human-centered commerce, where success is measured not just in sales, but in the tangible well-being of the people whose lives you now directly touch. The warm, yeasty smell of rising bread, a deeply comforting aroma, permeates Mrs. O'Malley's kitchen this 26th week, a scent that now feels like the very essence of home. You feel the smooth, worn wood of the rolling pin under your hands, flour dusting your fingers as you help prepare dough for the week's meals. The rhythmic, quiet conversation between Mrs. O'Malley, Alara, and yourself is a soft, familiar counterpoint to the distant sounds of the city. This isn't merely survival anymore. It's a shared life. Your e-commerce mind, once operating in a world of abstract data and distant customers, now has its heart's focus on the tangible, immediate needs and joys of the people around you. The mail-order business is steadily growing, providing not just income, but a sense of purpose and dignity for the cooperative women. You see the light in their eyes, the slight lift in their shoulders, and it resonates deeper than any profit margin ever could. This isn't just a business, it's an artery, a vital flow of exchange that breathes life into a struggling community. You spend a quiet evening with Alara, looking over her new sketches. She started drawing not just products, but scenes from the neighborhood, children playing, women talking, Thomas at the stockyards. Your modern eye, once focused on commercial appeal, now sees the profound beauty and raw honesty in her documentary style. You realize these drawings, these unseen shots, are capturing the essence of this era, the spirit of resilience and community. Your conversations, once primarily about marketing, now delve into shared observations about art, life, and the strange, beautiful tapestry of this time. You feel a deep connection forming, a bond built on shared purpose and mutual respect that transcends the historical divide. Thomas, with his pragmatic approach, helps you devise a more robust system for tracking inventory and orders, using simple wooden tags and a string. His quiet nods of approval and occasional dry comments have become a measure of success. His trust, earned through shared labor and consistent results, is more valuable than any glowing online review. The unspoken understanding between you, Mrs. O'Malley, Alara, and Thomas, forms an unbreakable bond, a chosen family forged in the crucible of hardship. You catch news on the radio about President Roosevelt's fireside chats, his voice, a comforting presence for millions. You understand the power of connection, of shared narrative, whether it's through a national broadcast or the quiet conversations around a kitchen table. Your role in connecting rural customers with urban makers, providing a small but reliable channel, feels like a miniature version of this larger national effort to rebuild trust and foster economic exchange. One afternoon, a child from the cooperative runs up to you, clutching a small, handmade toy, a gift from his mother earned through her work. He grins, his eyes bright. You crouch down, offering a gentle smile in return. This is the direct, unadulterated impact of your efforts. A small life made a little brighter, a tangible symbol of hope. It's a moment that resonates deep within your core, a realization that your presence here isn't just an accident, it's become a destiny. As the week ends, you stand by the window, watching the last slivers of spring sunlight illuminate the bustling street. The scent of wood smoke and damp earth, now intertwined with the subtle fragrance of blooming lilacs, fills the air. You realize, with a profound sense of peace, that the heart's focus has shifted entirely. The longing for your old life, once a persistent ache, has faded into a distant memory. You are no longer just an e-commerce entrepreneur from the future, adrift in the past. You are a part of this time, irrevocably linked to its struggles and its triumphs, bound by a deep, unbreakable connection to the people and the life you are now actively building. The rough, welcoming scent of pine wood from Thomas's workshop, mingled with Mrs. O'Malley's baking bread, is so vividly present this 27th week that the sterile tang of a modern office building, once your daily reality, feels like a faint, almost imagined memory. You feel the cool, rough paper of an incoming order form beneath your fingers, the ink smudging slightly as you carefully record it. The immediate, tangible nature of these sensations now outweighs any lingering echo from your past. Your modern life, once a vibrant tapestry of digital interfaces and instantaneous communication, has begun to fade into a double exposure. A blurry negative overlaid by the sharp, clear print of 1934. You try to recall the specific layout of your old apartment, the exact color of your car, the myriad apps on your smartphone screen. But the details are elusive, like trying to grasp smoke. The faces of old colleagues, once familiar, are now indistinct, their names almost forgotten. It's as if a mental filter has been applied, dulling the edges of your former existence, making it less real with each passing day. Yet the present holds you captive with an undeniable clarity. The biting wind off Lake Michigan, the sharp taste of a carefully rationed apple, the satisfying ache in your shoulders after a day of carrying packages with Thomas. These are immediate, visceral experiences. You watch Ilara sketching, her charcoal smudging her fingers, and her artistic concentration is so profoundly real, so present, that it demands your full attention. The gentle hand of Mrs. O'Malley on your arm, a gesture of quiet gratitude after a successful week of sales, feels more substantial than any digital validation you ever received. Your e-commerce skills, once applied to abstract data and virtual goods, are now completely interwoven with this tactile reality. The ledger, the physical inventory, the meticulously handwritten orders. These are your new platforms and databases. You spent part of this week devising a more efficient way to sort the incoming mail by region. A rudimentary but effective form of segmentation that would have been a few lines of code in your past, but here requires careful planning and a large map. Your ability to optimize workflows, to see connections between supply and demand, has become your most potent tool, not for scaling a digital empire, but for ensuring the continued fragile survival of a small, human-centered enterprise. You hear news on the radio about the ongoing drought in the Dust Bowl and the desperate exodus of families west. The vastness of this suffering, the raw, unedited reality of a nation in crisis, feels more immediate and impactful than any historical documentary you might have watched in your living room. Your awareness of these events, of this suffering, grounds you further, deepening your roots in this time. Your past self, worrying about quarterly reports, feels utterly detached, almost fictional. As the week ends, you stand by the window, the last light of day casting long shadows across the familiar street. The faint scent of wood smoke and a distant, jazz tune drift through the pane. You realize, with a profound and startling clarity, that your past life isn't just fading, it's becoming a dream, while this present reality, with all its hardship and unexpected beauty, holds you irrevocably. You are not merely surviving here, you are asterisk living here, and the distinction between the two, once so stark, has all but vanished, leaving behind an undeniable, unbreakable bond with this vivid, demanding, and utterly captivating present. The rich, comforting scent of brewing coffee, mingled with the faint, sweet aroma of Alara's charcoal drawings, now defines the start of your 28th week. You feel the familiar warmth of Mrs. O'Malley's sturdy ceramic mug in your hands, its weight a reassuring presence. The low murmur of morning conversations and the rhythmic turning of pages in your ledger are the sounds of your established life. A life built here, brick by laborious brick. Your e-commerce mind, once dedicated to abstract concepts of user acquisition and customer retention, is now steeped in the tangible, rich texture of shared moments. You help Mrs. O'Malley carry fresh vegetables from the market, the earthy scent clinging to your clothes. You spend an afternoon with Alara, discussing the optimal layout for a new flyer, your eyes scanning her meticulous hand-drawn fonts and product sketches. You assist Thomas in organizing a new batch of raw materials for the cooperative. His quiet nods of appreciation, a far more meaningful metric than any online engagement rate. This isn't just business, it's a portrait of devotion, a life woven into the fabric of this community. The mail order venture, once a tenuous hope, is now a small but steady anchor for the cooperative. You've refined the process, better packaging, more descriptive text, even a small, hand-drawn map on the back of the flyers showing where the goods are made, adding a personal touch that resonates with customers. Your modern insights into branding and storytelling, stripped of their digital tools, find a powerful analog application. The women, their hands busy with needle and thread, now greet you with knowing smiles, their gratitude a silent, profound force. Their increased income means they can afford better food, new fabric for their work, and a small measure of dignity. You're acutely aware of the historical context. News on the radio still speaks of widespread hardship, of ongoing labor disputes and political unrest. But within the walls of this boarding house and the small cooperative, a different narrative is unfolding. Your presence, your skills, have helped create a microeconomy of resilience. You are not a savior, but a catalyst, a piece of a larger puzzle, helping people to help themselves. Your devotion to this endeavor is no longer about a personal escape or grand ambition. It's about sustaining this fragile, vital ecosystem of mutual support. One evening, you sit with Mrs. O'Malley, her hands gnarled with age, as she recounts stories of her youth, of growing up in Chicago, of past struggles that make the current one, though dire, feel somehow familiar to her. You listen, absorbing her wisdom, understanding that survival here is a marathon, not a sprint, and that resilience is passed down through generations. Your modern assumptions about rapid progress and quick fixes are continually tempered by the profound depth of historical endurance. As the week ends, you walk the familiar streets. The sounds and smells of Chicago in 1934, no longer strange, but deeply ingrained. The rhythmic clang of the streetcar, the distant hum of industry, the vibrant, determined faces of the people. These are the brushstrokes of your new reality. You realize that your path here is no longer a temporary sojourn from another time. It is a profound, active commitment. You are not just building a business, you are building a life, investing your time, your energy, and your heart into the well-being of this unexpected community. The unbreakable bond has deepened into something more profound. A complete, unwavering devotion to this vivid, demanding, and utterly real present. A home you never sought, but now unequivocally possess. The sweet, heady scent of honeysuckle, blooming profusely in a hidden alley, mingles with the ever-present coal smoke and the distant rumble of the elevated train. This 29th week, you feel the warm, rough brick of a building beneath your hand, sun-baked and permanent. The lively chatter of children playing hopscotch on the pavement, their laughter ringing clear, is a sound that now brings a profound sense of peace. This world, once alien, is no longer a temporary stop. Your e-commerce mind, once driven by the desire to innovate and scale, now operates with a different kind of purpose. The mail-order business, though still small, is thriving, providing a steady income for the cooperative women and a tangible sense of stability for Mrs. O'Malley's boarding house. You find yourself meticulously planning for the coming months, not with the goal of returning to your past, but with the full, unwavering intention of building a future asterisk here. This is the unprintable truth that has settled deep within you. You don't want to leave. You walk through the familiar streets, greeting Thomas with a nod, exchanging a quick smile with Alara as she works on a new series of drawings depicting local life. These interactions, once purely functional, are now imbued with a warmth and depth that transcends mere acquaintance. You observe the subtle shifts in the neighborhood, a newly painted sign on a small shop, a few more children with sturdy shoes, quiet hum of increased activity. You understand, with a clarity that borders on revelation, that your small actions have created ripples, contributing to this fragile but growing resilience. The thought of your past life, of the digital world, feels increasingly distant, almost like a dream that belonged to someone else. The images are blurry, the sounds muffled. Even the convenience and technology, once so essential, now seem strangely cold and isolating compared to the visceral, human connections you forged here. You remember the constant pressure to achieve, to acquire, to always be on. Here, success is measured in simple, tangible terms. A warm meal, a steady job, the trust of your neighbors. These are values your modern self had forgotten. But this world has fiercely retaught you. You listen to the radio, absorbing news about the ongoing Dust Bowl crisis and the government's desperate efforts to combat the drought. The gravity of these events, the raw human struggle, binds you further to this time. You feel a deep, almost primal responsibility to contribute, to use your unique skills to make a difference, however small, within the confines of this present reality. Your perspective on impact has radically shifted from global reach to local, tangible betterment. One evening, as you help Mrs. O'Malley mend a torn curtain, her fingers, gnarled with age, brush yours. She looks up, a faint smile on her lips, her eyes conveying a warmth and acceptance that speaks volumes. In that moment, the final vestige of your longing for a different time dissipates. This is your life. These are your people. As the week ends, you stand by the open window, the night air carrying the scent of damp earth and distant streetlights. The sounds of the city are a lullaby now, comforting and familiar. You realize that your journey isn't a temporary detour. It's a permanent relocation of the soul. This world is now my home is not a lament, but a profound, unshakable truth, an acceptance that has settled deep within your bones. The longing to return has vanished, replaced by an unwavering commitment to build a life and a future right here, amidst the enduring grit and unexpected beauty of the Great Depression. Now feels like the steady heartbeat of the city, a comforting rhythm that has become utterly familiar. This 30th week, the air carries the fresh, clean scent of a recent spring rain, washing away some of the pervasive coal dust, leaving behind the rich, earthy smell of damp concrete and budding trees. You feel the smooth, cool metal of the L train railing beneath your hand as you lean out slightly, watching the bustling street below, a scene of vibrant, imperfect life. Your modern consciousness, once constantly seeking optimization and flawlessness, now operates through a soul's aperture, embracing the inherent imperfections of this world, the small misstitches in the cooperative's gloves, the slightly crooked numbers in Mrs. O'Malley's ledger, the charmingly uneven lines in Alara's sketches. These are no longer defects to be corrected. Instead, they are marks of authenticity, of human effort, of a resilience that refuses to be pristine. You've grown to love these small deviations from an abstract ideal, recognizing them as the very texture of real life, something a flawless digital product could never replicate. You move through the days with a profound sense of belonging, fully entangled in the embrace of Chicago. The routines of managing the mail-order business, once complex and demanding, are now second nature. Your e-commerce mind, stripped of its technology, effortlessly connects supply with demand, problem-solving logistical puzzles with the materials and methods of the era. You discuss new product ideas with the women of the cooperative, simple, practical items they can create, not as a manager giving orders, but as a trusted partner, listening to their insights, valuing their craftsmanship. You help Thomas secure a better deal on packaging materials from a local supplier, leveraging your quiet, methodical negotiation skills, earning a rare, approving grin from him. Your past life, once so vivid, continues its slow retreat, now less a fading dream and more a distant myth. You rarely think of it. The constant, immediate demands of this present reality consume your attention, but not in a draining way. Instead, they ground you, connecting you to something far more fundamental than profit margins or market share. The sound of children's laughter from the street, the shared warmth of a meal with your boarding house family, the quiet satisfaction of seeing a new batch of goods ready for shipment. These are the moments that hold true value. You overhear a snippet of news on the radio about President Roosevelt's continued efforts, the struggles of the New Deal, and the enduring spirit of the American people. You feel a deep, personal connection to this larger narrative, knowing that your small contribution, your microeconomy of resilience, is part of something larger, a collective effort to rebuild and endure. Your individual purpose is now inextricably linked to the well-being of this community, this nation. One evening, as you help Alara organize her finished drawings for the next catalog, she holds up a sketch of an old, gnarled tree in a park, its branches twisted, its bark rough and scarred. "It's beautiful," you murmur, a genuine sentiment, recognizing the profound strength in its imperfection. She nods, a quiet understanding passing between you. As the week ends, you stand by the window, the faint glow of the city lights reflecting in the damp pavement below. The air, cool and fresh, carries the scent of blossoming magnolias from a nearby garden. You realize that your perception has not just adapted, it has transformed. The imperfections of this world are no longer deficiencies. They are the very essence of its raw, authentic beauty, a beauty you now wholeheartedly love. You are not just a part of this era. The metallic tang of fear, sharp and acrid, rises in your throat this 31st week, overriding the comforting scent of wood smoke and damp earth. You feel the clammy sweat on your palms as you clutch a crumpled newspaper, its headlines screaming of something far more menacing than economic downturn. The rhythmic clatter of the elevated train outside Mrs. O'Malley's window, usually a familiar sound, now feels like a relentless, ominous drumbeat. A major threat looms, not just for your small mail-order business, but for your very existence in this era. The newspaper reports a growing federal crackdown on illegal aliens and foreign agitators, a response to increased social unrest and economic anxieties. Your lack of official documentation, your mysterious arrival, and your accent that, despite your best efforts, sometimes slips, suddenly feel like glaring vulnerabilities. Your past life, the one you've worked so hard to erase from your consciousness, is now less a fading negative and more a dangerous ghost, threatening to expose you. Your e-commerce mind, once adept at risk assessment for business ventures, is now in overdrive, evaluating personal threats. How do you prove your identity when all evidence of it exists in a future that hasn't happened yet? The idea of a birth certificate, a social security number, a driver's license, these fundamental proofs of modern existence are absent, leaving you as a phantom in this legal landscape. Your modern assumptions about basic human rights and due process feel utterly precarious. Here, without papers, you are nothing. You notice how people around you eye strangers with more suspicion, how whispers about the authorities grow more frequent. Thomas, usually stoic, expresses concern about increased patrols near the stockyards. Alara, her artistic sensibility keen to the underlying tensions, sketches a somber street scene, figures huddled in doorways, their faces guarded. You realize the fragility of the life you've so carefully built, a house of cards that could collapse with a single, inconvenient inquiry. Your identity, forged in the digital anonymity of your past, is now under siege in the analog scrutiny of the 1930s. The cooperative women who rely on your business acumen discuss the challenges of securing raw materials amidst tighter regulations, a tangential but worrying sign of increased government oversight. You wonder if your success, your quiet efficiency in operating outside established channels, might inadvertently draw unwanted attention, making you stand out in a way that is now dangerous. The very butterfly effect you once considered in terms of economic impact now feels like a personal, existential threat, a dark shadow lengthening over your precarious existence. You spend sleepless nights, The smells of the boarding house, old wood, damp fabric, stale cooking feeling oppressive. You replay conversations, analyzing every word you've spoken, every detail you've revealed. The casual questions about your origins, once easily deflected, now feel like subtle interrogations. The comfort of belonging has been replaced by the chilling fear of exposure. As the week ends, you stand by the window, the city lights shimmering through a thin fog. The distant, mournful wail of a train whistle cuts through the night, a sound of departure that once represented adventure, but now signifies a terrifying uncertainty. You realize that your transformation into a man of this era, while profound, is incomplete. Your hidden past is not merely a memory. It's a vulnerability, a ticking clock. This week, you understand. The most significant threat isn't economic hardship, but the very real possibility of losing everything you've painstakingly built, simply because your identity, your true self, is an unprintable truth in a world that demands proof you cannot provide. Sudden, hushed silence in the room, broken only by the distant, muffled sounds of the street, feels deafening after a terse, unexpected encounter. A revelation strikes, shattering the fragile frame of your carefully constructed reality. A federal agent, stern-faced and unyielding, appeared at the boarding house, asking questions about an undocumented individual matching your description. He produced a faded, grainy photograph, not of you, but of a different, unknown man, an undesirable seeking work, whose general features in the low light bore a passing, terrifying resemblance to your own. You managed to stammer out vague answers. Mrs. O'Malley subtly stepping in, her face a mask of polite confusion, but the seeds of doubt were sown. The sheer, arbitrary nature of mistaken identity, exacerbated by the lack of clear records, feels like a cruel twist of fate. This encounter, brief as it was, has made the foundations of your world tremble. Your e-commerce mind, usually calm under pressure, races, analyzing every variable, every escape route. The fear of being exposed as an alien, a person without papers, is no longer an abstract threat, but a stark, immediate possibility. Your modern assumptions about justice and proof are irrelevant here, in this atmosphere of suspicion and economic hardship. Being an unknown, without roots or verifiable history, is a grave liability. You feel the weight of Mrs. O'Malley's worried glance, the subtle shift in her demeanor, a fear for her own household safety now mingled with her quiet loyalty. Thomas, usually reserved, offers a low, gravelly suggestion about a safe house on the outskirts of the city, a place where many undocumented workers find refuge. Even Alara, her artistic hands still, looks at you with a profound understanding, a silent plea for caution. The web of relationships you've built, while strong, is now strained by the very real danger you represent to their fragile stability. The mail-order business, your anchor in this world, suddenly feels like a dangerous beacon drawing attention where you desperately need anonymity. Your carefully designed flyers, your meticulously organized ledgers, your efficient postal system, these are all testaments to your presence, your activities, making you visible in a world where invisibility might be your only salvation. Your modern business instincts to grow and expand are now directly at odds with your personal need for security and self-preservation. You spend the rest of the week in a heightened state of vigilance. Every knock on the door, every unfamiliar face on the street, sending a jolt of ice through your veins. The comfort of belonging has evaporated, replaced by the chilling awareness of your precarious status. News on the radio about stricter immigration laws feels like a personal indictment, a tightening noose around your very existence. As the week ends, you sit in the quiet of your room, the distant sounds of the city muted by a sense of impending doom. The faded photograph of the other man, the one you briefly saw, burns in your mind's eye. You realize, with a stark, terrifying clarity, that your most valuable asset, your modern knowledge, has become your greatest vulnerability. In this world, your true identity, the fact that you are from another time, is not just a hidden truth, it's a catastrophic secret that could shatter everything. The shattered frame isn't just a metaphor, it's the abrupt, violent collapse of the life you thought you had built, leaving you exposed and acutely, terribly alone once more. The and family, Mrs. O'Malley, Thomas, Alara, are the only sounds in the room, each word laden with unspoken questions and fears. A dangerous angle has presented itself, a path of personal sacrifice. After the agent's visit, the threat to you has become a palpable danger to everyone connected to you. Mrs. O'Malley worries about losing her boarding house if she's found harboring an undocumented person. The cooperative women fear losing their vital income stream. Thomas risks his own fragile security by even discussing ways to hide you. Your presence, once a boon, has become a burden, a ticking time bomb. Your e-commerce mind, usually focused on maximizing gain, is now dedicated to minimizing harm, even if it means personal loss. You've come to a moment of reckoning for all. The choice is stark. Stay and risk everything for the people who have become your family, or make a sacrifice, disappear, and ensure their safety. Your modern ethical framework, which once emphasized individual achievement, has been completely reshaped by the profound human connections you've forged here. The concept of butterfly effect has transformed from an abstract thought experiment into a terrifyingly real consequence of your continued existence in their lives. You spend a tense, sleepless night. The sounds of the city distant sirens, the rhythmic rumble of trains, feeling like a soundtrack to your internal turmoil. You think of your past life, the sterile comfort, the fleeting connections. Then you think of Alara's art, Thomas's quiet strength, Mrs. O'Malley's unwavering resilience. The choice, though painful, begins to crystallize. You cannot allow your unintended presence to be their downfall. Your skills, your insights, your efforts to build this small business have given them a foothold. Now, you must ensure that foothold remains secure, even without you. You explain your plan in hushed tones, the words feeling heavy on your tongue. You will leave Chicago, try to find work elsewhere, disappear into the vast, anonymous landscape of Depression-era America. You meticulously outline how the mail-order business can continue without your direct presence. Thomas can handle the logistics with Mrs. O'Malley's accounting. Alara can continue to manage the advertising and creative aspects. You've built systems, trained them. The core functions are independent of you. Your e-commerce experience in building scalable, self-sustaining businesses, ironically, now serves as your blueprint for your own strategic withdrawal. The reactions are a mix of quiet understanding, reluctant acceptance, and profound sadness. Mrs. O'Malley clutches your hand, her eyes glistening. Alara offers a small, intricately folded paper, a quick sketch of the boarding house, a silent, heartfelt farewell. Thomas nods, his gaze direct. A hand clapped briefly on your shoulder, a gesture of unspoken solidarity and respect. This isn't just a business decision. It's a severing of ties, a profound act of personal sacrifice for the well-being of others. As the week ends, the first sliver of dawn breaks over the cold Chicago skyline, painting the grimy buildings in a harsh, pale light. You stand on the platform, a single worn bag in your hand, the distant sound of an approaching train growing louder, the familiar smells of coal smoke and damp earth cling to your clothes. You realize that your personal sacrifice isn't about giving up a future. It's about ensuring the future of those you've come to love. The dangerous angle has transformed into a difficult, yet undeniable, act of devotion. A sound of movement and passage feels like a cruel, mocking soundtrack this 34th week. You feel the rough, unfamiliar texture of a wooden bench in a desolate rail yard, the cold seeping through your thin coat. The biting wind carries the raw, metallic scent of train oil and the bitter smell of burning garbage from a nearby Hooverville. You are alone, a ghost in a landscape of forgotten men. This is the dark room of doubt, a profound solitude where every choice is replayed, every consequence magnified. Your difficult choice to leave Chicago to protect your newfound family now manifests as a crushing isolation, the vibrant tapestry of shared life in Mrs. O'Malley's boarding house, the purposeful hum of the cooperative, the quiet camaraderie with Thomas and Alara. These vivid memories now feel like precious photographs developing in your mind, starkly contrasting with the stark, gray negative of your present, your e-commerce mind, usually a wellspring of solutions and strategies, is dulled by the pervasive uncertainty. You walk for hours, sometimes days, from town to town, seeking odd jobs, earning just enough for a meager meal and a night in a flophouse. The fundamental concepts of supply and demand are now applied to the desperate search for basic labor, often competing with dozens of other hungry men. Your modern skills, so potent in Chicago, feel strangely impotent here, without a stable base, without the network of trust you painstakingly built. You encounter the raw, unfiltered hardship of the migratory worker, the hopelessness etched on countless faces. Your modern assumptions about upward mobility and economic opportunity are shattered by the sheer, grinding poverty you witness. You see men giving up, their eyes vacant, their spirits broken. This is the test of your enduring spirit. Can you maintain your resolve, your inner strength, when faced with such relentless despair, when the only constant is the gnawing uncertainty of the next meal, the next night's shelter? News, when you hear it, is fragmented, often shouted from a passing train or scrawled on a dusty bulletin board. Reports of the Dust Bowl's continued devastation, of more banks failing, of government programs struggling to keep pace. These are not distant headlines anymore. They are the immediate, tangible forces shaping your nomadic existence, pushing you further into the shadows. The very act of anonymity, once a potential shield, now feels like a prison, cutting you off from the human connection that sustained you. You clutch the small, crumpled sketch Alara gave you, the boarding house, its windows glowing with warmth. It's a tangible link to the life you sacrificed, a vivid image developing in the darkroom of your mind. It is a reminder of asterisk why you made this choice, a flickering light against the encroaching darkness. As the week ends, you huddle by a meager fire in a transient camp, the acrid smoke stinging your eyes. The vast, indifferent expanse of the night sky stretches above you, dotted with countless stars. You realize, with a heavy heart, that enduring spirit isn't just about physical survival. It's about maintaining hope, about finding meaning in the profound solitude, about holding onto the internal light when the external world offers only darkness. This darkroom of doubt is not just testing your body, it's pushing the very limits of your soul, forcing you to confront the deepest questions of purpose and belonging, far from the familiar embrace of your unexpected home, and the distant, cheerful calls of your fellow workers are the sounds of your new, solitary, yet purposeful life. This is the unveiling of the self, a profound process of stripping away all that was once familiar, leaving only the raw, resilient core of who you've become. Far from Chicago, living and working in a CCC camp, your anonymity is complete. Your past identity, the e-commerce entrepreneur, feels like a costume you once wore, shed now and left behind. There's no longer an audience to impress, no digital self to curate. Only the physical demands of the day, the camaraderie of shared labor, and the quiet introspection of the nights. Your modern analytical mind, once focused on optimizing conversion rates, now calculates the most efficient way to fell a tree, to clear a path, to build a dam against soil erosion. The skills you learned in your past life, problem solving, strategic thinking, understanding systems, are now applied to the immediate, tangible challenges of the natural world and the collective effort of the CCC. You help organize tools, streamline work assignments, and improve the basic camp logistics, earning quiet nods of respect from the other men. Men who see your practical competence, not your hidden history. The absence of a camera, once a source of deep frustration, is now a non-issue. You see the vast, unspoiled forests, the clear rivers, the soaring eagles, not through a lens, but with your naked eye, absorbing their profound beauty directly. These are images beyond the camera's view, etched into the very fiber of your being. You find a deep satisfaction in the physical work, in seeing the tangible results of your labor, a newly planted sapling, a well-built bridge. This isn't about selling products. It's about building a better world, one tree, one stone, one day at a time. You hear news on the camp radio about President Roosevelt's continued efforts to combat the Depression, about the growing strength of the CCC and its positive impact on countless young men, and on the land itself. You feel a profound connection to this national effort, knowing that your personal sacrifice in leaving Chicago has allowed you to contribute in a different, equally meaningful way, becoming a part of the solution rather than a potential burden. The guilt of indirectly impacting another cooperative has faded, replaced by the clear purpose of building for the future. One evening, sitting by a roaring campfire, the smells of burning wood and pine resin thick in the air, you look at your calloused hands, the skin rough, the nails broken. These are not the hands of a businessman. These are the hands of a worker, a builder, a man deeply rooted in the physical world. You feel a strength, a quiet pride that was absent in your former life. As the week ends, the vast, star-studded sky stretches above you, silent and immense. You realize, with a profound sense of acceptance, that you are no longer defined by your past profession, or even by your origin from another time. You are the man who works the land, who builds with his hands, who contributes to a collective future. Discovering who I've become isn't about finding an old identity. It's about forging a new one stripped of digital artifice and rooted in the enduring, tangible reality of this demanding, yet deeply fulfilling, present. You are, at last, truly free from the camera's view, living a life of pure, unedited purpose, the familiar, satisfying weight of a well-worn shovel in your hands, the smooth, polished wood of its handle molded to your grip, the rhythmic thud of earth being turned, the distant laughter of your CCC comrades, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze are the symphony of your days, a soundscape of productive peace. This is the developed life, a profound, unexpected resolution to a journey that began in confusion and fear. You stand on a newly terraced hillside, rows of young saplings reaching towards the sky, tangible evidence of your labor and purpose. Your e-commerce past, with its abstract metrics and digital screens, feels like a story read from a dusty, forgotten book. The skills you brought from that world, problem solving, optimization, logistical thinking, have been completely transmuted, applied to the physical challenges of land conservation, to feeding and sheltering hundreds of men, to building for a future you once couldn't imagine. You reflect on the 40 weeks that have passed since that first jarring jolt onto a Chicago street corner. The initial shock, the gnawing hunger, the frustration of a camera's absence. Those memories are still there, but softened like old photographs that have gained a gentle sepia tone. You remember the gradual shift in your perception, the discovery of beauty in imperfection, the profound connection with Mrs. O'Malley, Thomas, and Alara, the difficult sacrifice of leaving them to ensure their safety. Each of those moments, each challenge, has been a developing agent, revealing a new layer of resilience, a deeper understanding of human nature. The letters from Chicago, forwarded discreetly through a trusted contact, are a rare and precious link to your past, but not your past era. Mrs. O'Malley writes of the cooperative's continued success, Thomas of new deliveries, Alara of her growing confidence in designing. Their small business, your mail-order venture without you at its helm, is thriving, a testament to the strong foundations you helped them build. This news brings a quiet satisfaction, a confirmation that your sacrifice was not in vain, that the butterfly effect of your actions, though unseen, continues to ripple outwards. You look at your reflection in the clear surface of a mountain stream, your face weathered by sun and wind, your eyes holding a deep, quiet strength. This is not the face of the man who obsessed over ad campaigns and conversion rates. This is the face of a man forged by hardship, tempered by purpose, and deeply connected to the tangible world. The journey's true resolution isn't a return to your original time, nor is it the grand success of an empire. It's the profound transformation of self, the rediscovery of fundamental human values, the quiet dignity of contributing to something real and lasting. As the week ends, you sit by the campfire, the scent of burning wood and pine needles wrapping around you. The stars, countless and brilliant, fill the vast night sky. You realize that developing a life isn't just about accumulating possessions or achieving status. It's about cultivating a spirit, about finding meaning in connection, in contribution, and in the raw, unedited beauty of existence. The missing camera no longer feels like an absence. It feels like a liberation. You are no longer trying to capture life. You are simply, fully living it, completely present in this moment, irrevocably changed, and undeniably at peace. The planting saplings on a reforested hillside, the rhythmic clang of a distant hammer from a new bunkhouse, and the low, cheerful singing of your fellow CCC workers around an evening fire are the sounds of a life deeply ingrained, a legacy being built, tree by sturdy tree. This is a legacy in light, a quiet understanding that your presence here, however accidental, has had a profound, lasting impact. Your e-commerce mind, once focused on the ephemeral nature of digital trends, now sees the enduring power of tangible creations and the long-term ripple effects of shared knowledge. You continue to apply your analytical skills to improve camp efficiency, from optimizing tool distribution to streamlining meal preparation. You don't just work, you observe, analyze, and subtly implement changes that make daily life smoother, more productive for everyone around you. The stories you've told, often subtly, are now manifesting in the actions and perspectives of others. You notice how the young men in the camp, once dispirited, now approach tasks with a focused determination, a result of the careful planning and clear communication you helped instill. You recall your early struggles to convey ideas without visual aids, relying solely on words. Now, your ability to articulate complex processes in simple, understandable terms has helped shape minds, empowering others to think more critically, to organize more effectively. This is a different kind of marketing, selling efficiency and purpose through direct example and clear instruction. Your modern assumptions about rapid technological progress are continually tempered by the profound satisfaction of tangible, incremental improvement. You see a road being built with sheer manpower and rudimentary tools. And while your mind races with images of bulldozers and asphalt, you also recognize the immense value of the human effort, the camaraderie, the dignity in manual labor that builds something lasting. The value here is in the process, the shared struggle, and the enduring result, not just the speed of completion. You receive another letter from Chicago, a joyous update from Mrs. O'Malley. The cooperative has not only sustained itself, but is now expanding, offering new items, simple wooden toys, thanks to Thomas's newfound carpentry skills, and colorful woven baskets, inspired by Ilara's designs. The mail-order business, your accidental creation, has taken root and flourished, a testament to the strong foundations you helped lay and the capable hands you left it in. This is a profound butterfly effect, a legacy of opportunity born from a single, desperate decision. One evening, as you watch the sun set over the vast, reforested hills, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, you realize the enduring power of human connection and collective effort. The men around the campfire sing a folk tune, their voices strong and clear, their faces illuminated by the flickering flames. You are one of them, undeniably. As the week ends, the scent of burning wood and damp earth fills the cool night air. You feel a deep, quiet contentment, a sense of belonging that transcends time and place. You realize that your legacy in light isn't a monument or a fortune, but something far more valuable. The stories you've told, the lessons you've shared, and the minds you've helped shape, however subtly. This isn't just about building roads or planting trees. It's about building resilience, fostering community, and contributing to the quiet, determined rebirth of a nation. Your journey has become a testament to the profound, enduring power of an ordinary person to make an extraordinary difference, one heartfelt interaction at a time. This week, you feel the smooth, worn handle of your axe in your hand, a satisfying weight as you prepare to fell a dead tree. The rhythmic asterisk, thwack asterisk of another axe echoing through the forest, the distant calls of your CCC comrades, and the gentle sigh of wind through the branches are the sounds of your serene, purposeful existence. This is peace in the frame, a profound acceptance of your new identity. The man who woke up on a Chicago street corner in 1933, the e-commerce entrepreneur, is now a distant memory, a forgotten self. You are simply a man of the Civilian Conservation Corps, a builder of trails, a planter of trees, a contributor to the rebuilding of a nation. Your past fears of discovery, of being an alien, have faded, replaced by the deep, quiet confidence of belonging, forged through shared labor and collective purpose. Your subtle advice and organizational skills continue to benefit the camp, helping streamline operations and improve morale, a testament to how your innate abilities have seamlessly integrated into this world. You watch the sunlight filtering through the dense canopy of trees, painting dappled patterns on the forest floor. There's no longer any urge to photograph it, to capture it for a digital audience. Instead, you simply absorb it, allowing the beauty of the moment to wash over you deeply and completely. This is the harmony of being present, a state of mind where the past holds no regret and the future no fear. You are fully immersed in the here and now, your senses alive to every detail of this tangible, demanding, yet utterly beautiful world. Your modern assumptions about personal ambition and individual success have been utterly redefined. Here, success is collective, a well-built trail that will last for decades, a restored forest, the health and camaraderie of your fellow workers. The letters from Chicago, when they arrive, reinforce this. Mrs. O'Malley describes a thriving cooperative, now offering job training to other women. Thomas has expanded his carpentry, even teaching some young men. Ilara's drawings are now widely sought after. Their growth is a testament to the resilient seeds you planted, a living legacy that you can observe from a distance with profound satisfaction without needing to be at the center of it. You often spend your evenings by the campfire, listening to the stories of the other men, their struggles, their hopes, their simple joys. You offer quiet counsel when asked, your practical insights from another time often providing unexpected solutions to their current dilemmas, always framed in terms of good sense or efficient practice. They respect your wisdom, seeing you as a valued member of their community, someone they trust. Your identity is no longer a secret to be guarded, but a truth to be lived, accepted, and affirmed by the people around you. News on the camp, radio about the ongoing global tensions feels distant, almost unreal, compared to the immediate, tangible reality of the forest you are helping to heal. Your focus is here now, on the soil beneath your feet, the trees in your hands, the sweat on your brow. As the week ends, you look out at the vast, tranquil expanse of the forest, the subtle scent of pine and earth filling the cool evening air. You realize, with a deep, abiding calm, that your long journey through time has finally led you to a profound peace. Accepting my new identity isn't a compromise. It's a complete, harmonious integration. You are not just existing in this time, you are thriving, contributing, and most importantly, you are truly, authentically present. Asterisk. The camera, your past profession's symbol, is gone, but in its place, your soul has found its true aperture, forever framing the profound, unedited beauty of a life truly lived. The comforting weight of a heavy wool blanket over you as you lie in your bunk, the sounds of your CCC camp, the soft snores of other men, the gentle crackle of the wood stove, a lullaby of earned rest. This is a life built, a purpose found. This is the endless exposure, not of a photograph, but of a life continually unfolding, rich with present moments and an unexpected future. You rise with the dawn, the cold biting at your cheeks, but your movements are practiced, your body strong. Your e-commerce mind, once dedicated to anticipating market shifts, now anticipates the needs of the camp, where to efficiently store new supplies, how to best organize work teams for maximum output on the next construction project. Your insights, always framed in practical, understandable terms, are valued, sought after. You are no longer just an observer. You are an integral part of this living, breathing community. You look out at the vast, changing landscape hillsides you helped reforest, trails you helped build, small cabins you helped construct. These are your creations, your legacy in this world. The letters from Chicago bring news of continued growth for the cooperative, a testament to the enduring power of the foundations you laid, the skills you shared. This is the tangible butterfly effect of your journey, a ripple of positive change that continues to expand far beyond your direct presence. You feel a profound connection to that distant community, a quiet pride in their success. Your former life, the e-commerce entrepreneur of the future, feels truly remote now, a story from another lifetime. The memory of technology, of instant communication, of effortless travel holds no lure. The tangible reality of your hands in the earth, the camaraderie of shared effort, the simple taste of a hearty meal. These are the anchors of your existence, holding you firmly in this present. This is a new beginning, not a forced adaptation, but a chosen path, one that you are ready for what unfolds next. You spend an evening discussing plans for the camp's winter operations with the foreman, a man whose gruff exterior hides a deep respect for your organizational skills. You offer practical solutions for managing supplies in harsh weather, for maintaining morale during long, cold days. He listens, nods, and offers you a rare, genuine smile, a testament to the trust you've earned. Your modern assumptions about leadership, about needing a title or authority, have been replaced by the quiet power of competence and consistent contribution. The news on the radio speaks of the world's slow, arduous recovery, of new challenges and enduring hope. You listen not as an outsider, but as a participant, a man deeply invested in the future of this nation, one small, steady effort at a time. As the week ends, you stand under the vast, star-filled sky, the crisp autumn air filling your lungs. You feel a profound sense of completeness, a quiet confidence in the face of uncertainty. Your journey through time has stripped away the superfluous, revealing the true essence of purpose, connection, and contribution. You realize that the endless exposure of life in the Great Depression has not diminished you. It has developed you, forged you into a man of strength, resilience, and profound, authentic presence. Your future, whatever it holds, will be built on the bedrock of this earned reality. A new beginning where every moment, every interaction is an unedited, living testament to the indelible mark of an ordinary man transformed. As you tamp down fresh soil around a young sapling, the rhythmic crunch of boots on the forest floor, the distant, cheerful calls of your fellow CCC workers, and the gentle whisper of the wind through the vast, growing forest are the harmonious sounds of your life. A life built, shaped, and deeply, irrevocably lived. This is the masterpiece unseen. A life story unfolding without the click of a lens, without a single digital record. You stand on a hillside, looking out over miles of reforested land, trails carved, and cabins built, tangible proof of collective effort. Your e-commerce mind, once obsessed with transient trends and virtual metrics, has been entirely rewired. It now sees the profound, enduring value in a well-built stone wall, a thriving sapling, a camp that runs with quiet efficiency because of the systems you helped implement. Your skills in logistics, in problem solving, in communication, are no longer applied to abstract data, but to the very real challenges of survival, community, and the slow, arduous rebuilding of a nation. You often receive letters from Chicago, carefully forwarded through a trusted contact. Mrs. O'Malley writes of the cooperative's continued growth, her steady hand guiding it forward. Thomas has expanded his carpentry, his small workshop now teaching younger men the trade, creating sturdy goods for local families. Alara's artistic talent has flourished, her drawings capturing the spirit of Chicago, even gaining recognition in local papers. Their success, your unintended butterfly effect, is a quiet triumph, a testament to the lasting impact of the foundations you helped lay and the trust you fostered. Their lives, once hanging by a thread, are now woven into a stronger, more resilient fabric, a masterpiece of human spirit that you can see, even from afar, with profound satisfaction. Your past life, the e-commerce entrepreneur, is now a faint echo, a half-remembered dream. The anxieties of digital deadlines, the constant pressure to innovate for innovation's sake, the isolating glow of a screen, these feel alien, distant. You recall the initial frustration of a camera's absence, the yearning to capture moments. But now you realize the most profound moments are captured not on film, but in the heart, in the memory, in the shared experience. The scent of pine, the warmth of a campfire, the camaraderie of honest labor. These are more vivid, more real than any perfectly curated digital image. This life, your camp story, is a narrative written in sweat and soil, in shared laughter and quiet resilience. You listen to the camp radio, hearing President Roosevelt's voice, a steady reassurance for a nation still grappling with hardship. You are a part of that larger story now, not as an observer, but as a direct contributor, a builder of physical, and emotional foundations, your modern assumptions about progress, about technology as the ultimate solution, have been tempered by the profound understanding that true resilience, true wealth, lies in community, in purpose, and in the enduring power of the human spirit. One final evening, as you sit by the roaring campfire, the smells of burning wood and damp earth wrapping around you, you look at your comrades' faces etched with hard work, but eyes bright with camaraderie and hope. You are one of them, utterly and completely. The journey has stripped you bare of your former self, but in doing so, it has revealed a man more profoundly connected, more deeply purposeful than you ever thought possible. As the week ends and the vast, star-studded sky stretches above the quiet forest, you feel a profound sense of completeness.